Right, just be open things up. Hopefully get a few people joining in. I can start to have a nice wee chat. Just do one or two wee preparation things whilst people are logging on, joining in. And hi to Pat McLaughlin, nice to have you on. Pat McLaughlin just a few minutes ago in the comment section was raising an issue regarding raising a question about the shareholders alliance or whatever that Willie Hockey is trying to put together. Not other than the fact that it's now going to have Paul McStay initially as a spokesperson, still seems rather vague as to what all that means. But hopefully, once they actually get, hopefully that once they, because I think he's intending to start buying shares the 17th of April, I think I read. It all seems. All seems. Welcome to you, Sligo boy, as well. Great to have you on as well, Lauren. Lovely. Lauren and I had a nice wee chat through the comment section yesterday about the rather miserable result the Celtic women's team had. Oh, great. Smoking Joe 67. Hail, and hello to you as well. Just trying to do one or two wee things. As always, I'm a wee bit disorganised. Yes, I totally agree. It's really, really disappointing. Happily, the men's team managed to do kind of the opposite and pulled a win out of the jaws of a draw or defeat. So hopefully that Dundee performance is the start of a good run of fixtures. Hello to you as well, JJ. Lovely to have you on. Still just doing one or two little preparation things, so just talk amongst yourselves to start with, but lots and lots of things for us to talk about today. We're in what looks like a wee bit of a right-back crisis at the club now, because obviously Arojo and Johnston are both out for a wee while. It may be that Alistair Johnson isn't actually back to play for Celtic again this season. He was in an interview, it would appear, with maybe Canadian television, and it seemed he was more focused on the timeline to get back into the Canadian World Cup squad rather than talking about getting back into the Celtic squad, although it may be there was another part to that interview that I haven't read. So obviously Arojo's out, it's thought, for a few more weeks at least. Johnson's out. It was hoped he was going to be back for maybe the Cup semi-final in a couple of weeks, the weekend after this. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. Looks like probably he won't be back till into the last 5 games of the season. So, Smoking Joe 67, I haven't actually seen anything about Kyogo coming back to Celtic. I think the last I read was that he at last had his shoulder operated on. Kyogo, for the last 3 or 4 years, has had a recurring dislocating shoulder that kept on popping out and sometimes causing him to have to come off. So when he was playing for Celtic, he actually came off the pitch 3 or 4 times, having dislocated his shoulder falling over. And then my understanding is obviously with Kyogo having a miserable time in French football and an equally miserable time playing for Birmingham, that he at last has had his shoulder operated on. I'm not sure. So yes, Kyogo was a super duper player for Celtic. Particularly his second season at Celtic. His first season at Celtic was a wee bit injury ravaged. He played half a season. Luckily, the other half of the season, Georgios Giakoumakis chipped in with about as many goals in the second half of the season that Kyogo had scored in the first half of the season. Then, after Giakoumakis got sold the following season, Kyogo scored 30-odd goals in his second season. Third season, about 19, and then he'd scored about a dozen goals in half a season before we sold him. But he didn't score at all in French football. He scored 1 or 2 goals in English football for Birmingham. So he's had a bit of a miserable time. Yep, entirely right. So his best is he had a good half season under Postecoglou. Then he got a knee injury and he missed much of the rest of that season, but had a really good half a season, then a brilliant second season, by far the biggest, highest scorer for Celtic in that season. Then he and O'Reilly were joint top scorers with about 19 the season after. That was under, obviously, Rodgers, and then about 12 in half a season last season. I think, to be fair to Alistair Johnston, that him going off to be part of the Canadian squad was entirely with Martin O'Neill's blessing. He wasn't playing football. He was just running about, the same thing that he would have been doing had he been at Lennoxtown with the other players. So in essence, he got injured doing the training program that Celtic wanted him to be doing anyway. So it's a wee bit similar to Jota's being allowed to go home to Portugal to do his training program set down by Celtic's doctors and physios and coaching staff. Arnie Engels was allowed to go home to Belgium to do his rehabilitation program. So in essence, the program he was doing in Canada, I don't know. We don't know what Celtic had said to Alistair Johnston prior to the international break. He'd got back into actually training with the other players. So that was some ball kicking the ball, etc. So he'd done 2 or 3 weeks of running about, building that up, sprinting, etc. And there's videos from Lennoxtown of him actually sprinting at pretty good pace. Then after that, he then got into training with the rest of the squad, which involved shuttle runs, all those sort of things, but also some time with the ball. So my understanding was that his training with Canada was going to be the training that he was going to be doing in Glasgow had he stayed in Glasgow. It sounds like he got injured, just like lots of players get injured in the process of coming back to play for the club. Kelechi Iheanacho had problems with that. That's caused him to get delayed getting better. Jota's had 2 or 3 setbacks, etc. So it may be because the interview that I read was for Canadian television that's why it focused on getting back into the Canadian squad. I don't know. I'm not Alistair Johnston's spokesperson. For me, if we can get Alistair Johnston back for the end of the season, it's a heck of a lot better than having Anthony Ralston as our right back. because at the moment it would appear that Colby Donovan's out at least for a week or two, possibly longer. Arojo's probably out for a month at least. There were a lot of indications that Arojo wasn't actually going to be coming back to play for Celtic because his injury was worse than first thought. That seems to have been rejigged to say that he won't be coming back to play for Celtic, possibly for the last month of the season. So maybe the last 2 or 3 games of the split, maybe the cup final, assuming that we can't get through the semi-final next weekend, or not next week, not this weekend coming, but the weekend after against St Mirren. As I said, you might be right. I have no idea. What I read was an extract of an interview that appeared to be for Canadian televisions, which may be why it was all focused on returning to play for Canada. Certainly, the other comments he talked about other players getting fit to play for Canada, it's all about playing for Canada. So I dare say Canadian television doesn't particularly care about Celtic. Hopefully, Martin O'Neill will be able to tell us tomorrow in the press conference a timeline for Johnson, a timeline for Arojo, a timeline for Osmond, a timeline for Colby Donovan. Because as things stand, we have one experienced right back in the squad. And we've got a few other players who can play at right back, but haven't played at right back very much. Well, I fully accept that Alison Johnson should be caring, but if you're not asked about returning to play for your club side, you can't really answer that question. I'm sure we've all been interviewed for interviews for jobs, etc., or been interviewed for various different reasons, and you can't always say what you want. If someone doesn't ask you a question, you can't answer that question. I don't know. As I said, it may all be cleared up tomorrow if anybody in the professional press bothers to ask Martin O'Neill. A good question is, can you give a timeline for Johnson, Arojo, Donovan? Who are the other options at right back apart from Anthony Ralston? Because Rio Hatate has played right back. Marcello Sirachi is preliminarily a left back, but he has played right back from time to time. In his past career, Benjamin Arthur's played at right back in his past career. Dane Murray a couple of times has filled in as a substitute at right back, but we are at the moment rather short of right backs. If Arojo, Johnson, Donovan are out. Donovan had a knee scan. You don't tend to do knee scans if you expect the player to be fit again for Saturday to play against St Mirren. So. And yes. So there's a football stats site called transfermarket.com, and it lists Benjamin Arthur as having played one professional game at right back. He does look rather tall to play at right back, same way that Dane Murray, who's also equally tall at 6'4", is a bit tall for playing at right back. So all I'm saying is those two have played right back. Marcello Sirachi, left back, has played half a dozen times as a right back, according to this stat side. Rio Hatate's played there 4 times for Celtic at right back, according to the stat side. So I'm not saying that Benjamin Arthur is going to be the right back. After all, when O'Neill did play Jemai Simpson-Pusey for that one game, although Simpson-Pusey had always been a centre-back, O'Neill played him as a right-back for 60 minutes. So, yeah, that's what I said. Sorry, I didn't read your comment. So, yes, so Simpson-Pusey was a centre back was played as a right back. The other thing theoretically Celtic could do to overcome the right back crisis would be swapping to a back three, using one would guess Arthur or Murray, Trusty and Scales as the back three, which then allows Tierney or Sirachi to play as a wing back, allows Yang to play as a right wing back style of thing. Although we did sort of play a three at the back under Wilfred Nancy, it wasn't really it wasn't such a formal three at the back. It was rather a fluid three at the back, which often ended up with one person at the back because people couldn't get back in time to support Trusty, who was typically the one that was kept deep. It certainly is. I think certainly if you've got four right backs who are all international quality right backs, because after all, Anthony Ralston at the moment is Scotland's second choice right back. We've got Alice Johnson, who's the Canadian number one right back. We've got Arojo, who when fit is in the Mexican squad as their right back. Colby Donovan is the first choice right back for the under-19s for Scotland, and sorry, under-19s and now under-21s. So Pat McLaughlin, I would love for Celtic to play two up front. Whether it's Chavanchara and Iheanacho, my thought about Iheanacho is that I don't think Celtic will be able to get 30 minutes, any more than 30 minutes out of Iheanacho per game. So I think starting Iheanacho in any game is probably a bad idea, because it doesn't look like he's got the fitness, the endurance, the pace, or anything to play much more than 30 minutes. He was useless against Dundee United. Against Dundee at the weekend, he actually was pretty decent. Couple of chances, scored one of them, missed one in added time. Could have actually passed to a teammate to score that would have made it 3-1, but he went for a difficult shot. So he missed his one chance against Dundee United. But I thought we were pretty much useless against Dundee United. So 4-3-1-2, yeah, I think. So that would have the slight difficulty is we don't really have two reliable strikers unless we moved Negrin up to being a striker or just behind the main striker, which is where he plays a lot for Sweden. So for Sweden have been tending to play two attacking midfielders, second strikers behind Gyökeres, their main striker, and so Negrin's been doing really well as one of two attacking midfielders stroke second strikers behind the main striker. So kind of like in your scenario, it would be a 4-3-1-1 type of thing. I would love Celtic to play two up front. Of course, if you did play a 4-3-1-2, you could have the possibility of using a taller player like Chavanchara or Iheanacho or Adamu with Dyson Maida playing off him, kind of like Sutton or Hearts, and with Larson playing off them as an inside forwards type of thing. I would love to see Celtic do something different, because I think we're rather predictable. The style that O'Neill uses is very, very similar to the style that Rodgers used. Yep. So you're quite right, Dexter. 9B. Hatate has played 4 games for Celtic as a right back. Didn't have to do an awful lot of defending in those games as right back, and in theory, probably against St Mirren, against Falkirk. He's not probably going to have to do tremendous amounts of defending, Probably if we were playing Rangers, Hearts, Motherwell, Hibs, it would be a lot more defending because they do tend to get a lot more players out wide and stuff. So yes, Pat McLaughlin, I completely agree that if we are going to give Negrin a proper free role, be it attacking midfielder or be it playing as off of a main striker, we definitely could use 3 proper central midfielders: McGregor, Hatate, Engels, Oxlade-Chamberlain, all very good options. So yes, so Dexter, you're quite right. I think Hatate at right back would be a fine option. You would then be requiring someone like Trusty to have to do quite a Trusty, or Arthur or Murray having to do a lot of covering in behind Hatate, because I don't think he's going to have the same defensive instincts that you would need in a right back. So, which is why probably Ralston's the one that O'Neill's going to go for, because he does have the defensive instincts, and when the conditions are in his favour, he can get forward. Okay. Yes. So again, Sligo Boy, I think personally, Forrest and Iheanacho for me are good options to come off the bench for the last half an hour. I don't think either of them's got the energy, the endurance, the fitness to start a game, because sometimes if you start anybody with the intention of bringing them off at 60 minutes or whatever, then you have a couple of injuries which completely ruins that plan. So I think that's roughly what O'Neill said about risking starting Tierney against Rangers in the game that Tierney missed through injury, was the fact that he could have put Tierney on the bench, but the problem then would be Tierney has to come on after 10 minutes because Scales pulls his hamstring, and then Tierney's on the pitch for 90 minutes. I dare say Kelechi Iheanacho said he's fit to start. He didn't look fit to start against Dundee United. I didn't think he was really as active or as busy as he should have been, even in the 30 minutes he played against Dundee. However, he did get himself into the box. He did turn and shoot very well, scored the goal that won the game for Celtic with 10 minutes to go, so can't really grumble with that. I just don't think he's got the energy, the fitness to start a game and give Celtic 60, 70 minutes. Chavanchara at least is totally fit. I thought Chavanchara actually in the first half did link up the play a lot better than Adamu or Iheanacho had in previous games. Chavanchara did miss a couple of chances. I thought his turn and shot for what turned into the goal for Yang was a good turn and shot. The goalkeeper made a really good save. The ball rebounded to one of 2 Celtic players who scored. So I thought Chavanchara did okay for that first one. He was a bit unlucky, I thought, with the right-footed shot that curled across the goal and got blown away by the wind further and further wide. Second half, that miss when he was clean through was very, very poor. I thought he wasn't as bad as many people gave him credit for. And I thought he linked up the play better than Iheanacho has so far when Iheanacho started a game. But it's down to Paul Maguire. I completely and totally agree. Of all the strikers that Celtic has, Iheanacho probably is the most talented, most gifted, best goal scorer. However, if we think about Iheanacho's season so far, he came in having basically played a bit of pre-season football in Spain, missed the first couple of months of the Spanish season because his team didn't play him. He took a couple of months to get going as a Celtic player, got injured against, I think it was Sturm Graz, out for a couple of months, came back for the St Mirren Cup final, played 30 minutes, broke down, and it took him an awful lot a really long time to get back fit again, to start playing. And he's kind of been in and out, played a couple of times as a sub in European matches. Then he wasn't able to play the following weekend in the league matches. So it's a really good point. If Iheanacho stays fit, I don't think Iheanacho personally is fit at the moment. He certainly didn't appear fully fit against Dundee United, and I thought he was still lacking a bit of pace and speed of thought and speed of movement in the game against Dundee. However, he did turn and shoot very well to score the goal. Yes, JJ, I totally agree. I thought Celtic actually did a better job of that in the first half against Dundee than they had done in the first half against Dundee United. We did get the ball out quite often wide, particularly to Maeda, who got the ball into the box 2 or 3 times. Nygren, Yang, etc., coming in at the back post, nearly scored. Yang did the same thing, cutting the ball across the box again. Our midfielders and Maeda didn't quite get into the box in time to score. We had a nice wee move linked up by Chavanchara that released Maeda, who got it to Tierney, who crossed for Chavanchara's shot that got parried for Yang to score. So I thought Celtic actually did a better job first half with Chavanchara as the sort of central linchpin. Chavanchara also gave Oxlade-Chamberlain what should have been actually, had Oxlade-Chamberlain controlled the ball, a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, because of the real quality Chavanchara did flicking it on inside the Dundee player. Anyway, and then at the end of the game, I thought Sirachi did a good job delivering the ball into the box. I think that's entirely right, JJ. Is that Celtic are if we're relying on Iheanacho, with Iheanacho having questionable fitness, which was also a problem for him at Middlesbrough when he was on loan at Middlesbrough a couple of seasons ago. It was his fitness and his ability to consistently score, etc., that was a problem at Middlesbrough. I think he scored 1 or 2 goals on loan at Middlesbrough. Hardly scored at all in Spanish football. So smell the glove, you are entirely right. We could win all 6 games and lose the title on goal difference. That would require Hearts beating Rangers, beating Motherwell twice, beating Hibs, beating Falkirk, which I'm not saying Hearts can't do that, but Hearts recently have been losing to Kilmarnock. They lost to St Mirren. They drew, obviously, at the weekend with Livingston. Although Hearts had half a dozen good chances in that game, it looked like Livingston had 4 or 5 good chances in that game too. So it wasn't as if Livingston scored their only 2 chances of the game and Hearts missed 20 chances. It was a game in which both teams could have won the game had they put their chances away. So I would be very, very surprised if Hearts managed to win all 6 games in a winner. I wouldn't be that surprised if Rangers or Celtic were able to win all 6 games in a row. Hearts are struggling a bit with injuries. They're struggling again with suspensions. Mark Leonard, who's been very good for them, will be suspended for 1 game. It may be extended to 2 games because Hearts have appealed the suspension for the red card, which seems to me like a frivolous appeal because it clearly is a red card. Okay, the guy was at the halfway line, but the player would have been clean through with no player getting back to defend them. It was a lot more of a denial of obvious goal scoring opportunity than the trusty one, because at least Celtic had 3 players diagonally running towards that ball. There was nobody in the way of Muirhead once he got past Leonard. Anyway. Yes, Lauren, it's a really good point. They've had a lot of problems with yellow cards, red cards. They've had quite a bit of problems with injuries. One of their key midfielders, I think it's Magnussen's, probably out for the season. Rangers look like they're going to be losing Managerial for the rest of the season. Yep, Lauren, that was the point. I was trying to catch back with you at one of your earlier statements. Yes, there is a possibility, given the way that Hearts, Rangers, and Celtic are in terms of their form, given the fact all 3 of them are actually quite inconsistent and lose games and draw games they should have won. Hearts are playing Motherwell. Motherwell have been going through a worse spell just recently, but they've got a lot of talented players. They could easily beat Hearts at Tynecastle. Rangers are going to Falkirk. Falkirk are always a difficult team to play, especially on their plastic pitch. And Rangers will be going to Falkirk twice to play on that plastic pitch in the last 6 games. So if Celtic did score a 2 or 3 goal win against St Mirren on Saturday, if Hearts lost by a couple of goals to Motherwell on Saturday, suddenly Celtic's goal difference deficit is wiped out. So anything could happen. Good evening to you as well, Chipper67. I missed your... So, Chipper67, great to have you on. Hopefully you had a nice wee evening before joining the live stream. It's great. Sorry, there's been lots and lots of good comments. I'm sorry, I've been a wee bit behind the stream. I'm sorry. Yes, yep. Pat McLaughlin, you're entirely right. There's a definite scenario where all the teams could. So that's the current league table going into the games this Saturday and Sunday. Celtic 64 points, Rangers 66. Hearts 67, Celtic's goal difference plus 23, Hearts plus 28. So in theory, if Hearts were to lose to Motherwell by 2 goals, that drops to 26. Celtic beat St Mirren by 3 goals, that goes up to 26. We're level on points with them. Rangers draw with Falkirk, they go to 67, same as Celtic and Hearts. In that scenario, they'd be top on goal difference. If Falkirk were to beat Rangers, which could entirely happen, I think Falkirk did beat Rangers early in the season, or maybe it was a draw. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. That was the time of Russell Martin. Anyway, there's a strong possibility that with slightly tweaker results, we could have 3 teams on 67 points, and theoretically Celtic could be the top of the table going into the split, which would kind of negate a lot of the moaning and groaning from Rangers fans and Hearts fans about the way that the post-split fixtures have been. Very good point, Tone 70, and I think, as I may have said a few times on previous live streams, the fact that Celtic have lost so many games this season, and yet as we go into the last 6 games of the season, some experts, some pundit, bookies, etc., still have Celtic as the favourite to come through in the last 6 games of the season. There are very, very few players at Rangers who will have won the title before. Tavernier, their captain, who's kind of in and out the side these days. I think Butlin was part of the Stephen Gerrard squad. But otherwise, they haven't really got many players in their squad who've won the Scottish Premiership before. Celtic's obviously got about half a dozen or more players who were winners under Postecoglou, winners under Rodgers in the past years. So well, in theory, Celtic could beat St Mirren. We've beaten Falkirk and Dundee United. We've been beaten this season 4-0. So it could happen. And I think from memory, when Motherwell did go to Hearts early in the season, they were winning 2 or 3-0 before Hearts came back into the game. So anything could happen. 667. Hearts will fall away in the next 4. My feeling, and again, this is just a feeling. There's no signs behind it that the Rangers and Hearts will find it more difficult to cope with the pressure. Celtic's also been given a wee bit of an advantage in some ways, in that on a few occasions the Celtic games before the Hearts game and is before the Rangers game. I don't think actually the way that the fixtures ended up that the Scottish Premiership had any other way to do them. You had to keep the Celtic Rangers game separate from any other big game. You had to keep the Hearts Hibs game separate from any other big game that weekend. You couldn't have the Hearts Hibs derby or the Celtic Rangers game as the midweek game. Obviously, Sky want to have big headline games every weekend. So again, you had to split up the Hearts, the Rangers, the Celtic games for that. And you had to have Celtic having 3 home games and Rangers and Hearts having 2 home games in the last 5 because of the imbalance early in the season. Hearts and Rangers had got to go before Celtic multiple times all season in terms of the order of the fixtures. So in essence, it's just been balancing everything out. I do think, though, however, beat St Mirren, beat Falkirk, beat Hibs, beat Rangers. I think beating Rangers midway through the final 5 games is an important one to knock them back down a peg or 2 and to put Celtic up above them. And I think it's a bit more difficult for teams like Hibs and Hearts and Rangers to be coming from behind. I think it puts more and more pressure on them. I do feel once Celtic get into the lead that they are going to be the best team for keeping that lead. I think Hearts and Rangers might struggle being the team that's being kind of aimed for. And when you're top of the table, you tend to be the team that everybody's aiming for, that people play that wee bit harder against. Yes, JJ 211 right. Yep. I think obviously if it went down to the last game of the season, let's say Celtic and Hearts are level on points, or Celtic and Hearts are within 1 point of each other, or even 3 points of each other, it could be incredibly exciting. I know quite a lot of you don't actually follow the women's team, but 2 seasons ago, when Celtic's women's side won the Scottish Women's League, and the season before, that, in each of those times, their league went down to the last game of the season, with 3 teams all having a chance to win the title. Last season, it was much the same, actually, because the Hibs women's team won the league that season. But it's potentially very, very exciting when 2 or 3 different teams can win the league on the last game of the season. It would be great television. It might well put Scottish football a bit more on the map, which is very much required at the moment. It certainly will generate probably a lot of interest for Sky, more merchandising and selling on rights around the world if that last game is a winner-takes-all game. Yes, I think I think that's a really good point. I think Chavanchara in the Rangers Cup game. I think he came on, he played very well. He controlled his nerves to score that vital penalty that won the game. If we're thinking about Chavanchara, if he has a good end to his season, he's got every chance of being in the Czechia World Cup squad. Nygren's pretty much bang on certain to go with Sweden, but there's a few other players in Celtic's squad who could work their way into their World Cup squads. Arne Engels, if he had a really good end to the season. Rio Atati, if he had a really good end to his season. Chavanchara being another example of somebody who could really get in. Sorry, I've got a bit behind the comments again. I'm sorry. It's absolutely brilliant. There's so many comments, and I'm sorry that I'm not doing a very good job of keeping up. I've got my glasses on today rather than my contact lenses, which does make it a wee bit more difficult for me to see and read. To be fair to the women's team, they have lost their last two games. Before that, they had been winning games and drawing games, and they were on the verge of getting towards the top of the league. But just like last season, they've kind of collapsed in the last 6 weeks of the season. Anyway, we'll talk about the men's team. I don't know for certain, Eddie C. I would guess this, from all the stats that Ian Crocker, the Sky Sports commentator, goes on about, this is the fewest goals Celtic have ever scored, etc., etc. I would suspect this is probably the most goals that we've ever scored and still been in contention for the title. We scored nearly twice as many goals. I think we scored 112 goals last season. Going into the Dundee match, I think we'd scored 56 goals. I think we're now on 58 goals, having ended last season on 112. And we think about last season, Maeda scored 33. He scored 8 this season. Last season, Kuhn scored 21. He's obviously gone. Ida scored 20 goals last season. He's gone. So at the moment, we've got Nygren, who's on about 19 goals in all competitions. Then Maeda on 8. Yang's now on 9, of course, because he got the goal against Dundee. So Yang is now our second top scorer on 9. So I know Yang's not everybody's cup of tea, but he is currently Celtic's second top goal scorer. And a wee bit like Benjamin Nygren, if he hadn't been scoring the goals, goodness knows. To be fair, Gavy boy, I don't think Michael Nicholson has much input at all to the women's team. I think there are other people within Celtic's money men executives that were the ones who looked after the women's team, and there's now a dedicated person whose job it is to do all the financial stuff for the women's side. A person who was actually very successful with Hibs. That doesn't seem to have really changed the way that Celtic's women's side is financed. But to be fair to Michael Nicholson, I don't think he had much involvement at all, if any, with the women's side. The women's side's funding seems to be a bit odd in a lot of different ways. And Celtic are certainly, the women's side are not nearly as well run financially or behind the scenes. Hibs, Hearts, Rangers, Glasgow City are all extremely well run football clubs in terms of their finances, their chief executive officers, all these things. Glasgow City especially have got an extremely well run financial organisation, very well supported through sponsorship and stuff. Anyway, however, we'll get back to talking about the men's side. Well, the Battlefield complex is for the women's team, it's for the women's academy, and it's for the boys' academy as well. So it's designed to bring everybody through. It also does give, it's got full-sized indoor pitches. So theoretically, that also does give the men's team other training opportunities, etc. So and so, though it is designed for the women's team and the two academies, there's nothing stopping the men's team using the facilities there as well. And I think most of us would agree that if Celtic could improve their academy for the boys and for the men's team, that would be a massive bonus to the team. So the investment in Battlefield was to make that. No, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yes, sorry. No, I don't think Kelechi Iheanacho deserves another contract at Celtic. I might be willing to give Thomas Chavanchara a contract at Celtic, but he would need to be the number 3 striker alongside Callum Osman, with a designated number 1 striker and a number 2 striker above them in the pecking order. So Chavanchara being the useful guy to come off the bench to play different roles. I can see Chavanchara being willing to accept that. I can't see Kelechi Iheanacho being willing to accept that. Also, I'm not convinced that Kelechi Iheanacho is going to get himself physically and mentally match fit. However, well, I don't know all the ins and outs of either of the two complexes. I'm led to believe that the Battlefield complex has some facilities that are not available at Lennoxtown, and there's nothing stopping the facilities at Battlefield in terms of analysis and showing of video footage, the physio suite, the training suite, the indoor pitches. There's nothing stopping the men's team from using the Battlefield complex as well. So, and I think the idea was to try and bring the academy B team, under 19 team up to European class levels. The kind of thing that many teams in the English Premiership have, or teams all around Europe. So I smell the glove. I think the idea is to help bring forward the boys' academy, the B team, the under 19 team, etc. Because I do think one of Celtic's biggest failings for the last 20 odd years has been the lack of good, young, talented players coming through our academy into the first team. We've had the odd player coming through: McGregor, Ralston, Murray, Welsh, Tierney, Donovan this season, but it's been like one player coming through the academy into the first team every 2 or 3 years. With this year, obviously, Donovan's managed it 2 or 3 seasons ago. Murray, a couple of seasons before that. Welsh, a couple of seasons before that. We've had McGregor, Forrest, Ralston, Tierney, etc. So, I purposely said European level because that's what the blurb for it was. It was to bring it up to the kind of level of facility that our teams in the English Premier League, teams in Spain, and so on. theoretically, I suppose, if the English Premiership standard is world level, it's world level. I don't know. I'm not here to defend anything. I'm just trying to explain what I have read, and everybody can read different things. Everybody can get different things from different articles. I personally can't ever see Celtic and Rangers men's team sharing a ground, but there would be a tremendous amount of good sense of Celtic, Rangers, and Glasgow City's women's team sharing a venue, which could then become a dedicated international venue for the Scottish women's side. So there was talk of building a stadium for the three Glasgow-based big clubs in the Women's League to share, which would be partly funded by the clubs, but largely funded by the Scottish Women's Football Association, to create a high-quality ground, 10,000 capacity, 15,000 capacity, whatever it would be, which then opens up that Glasgow Stadium to becoming a venue where you could hold women's European nations tournaments, or theoretically even women's World Cup tournaments and stuff as well in the future. So I think it's a really good point, Lauren. I think if the money is being invested in the academy to make the academy better, it's going to, as you're quite right to say, it's going to take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years for things to really come through, because it's going to be your 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old players who in 5 years' time would be the players who would be coming into the women's team, but coming into the men's team. Calder Donovan's 19, then he gets into the team. Tierney, I think, got into the Celtic team at 17, going back years ago. Dalglish, McStay, McGrain, etc., got into the team 17, 18, 19 years old. So in essence, for the academy really to start working, it's going to be taking the players who are joining the academy 12, 13, 14 years old now, and then planning for 5 years' time, getting them into the first team as top quality players. So Chipper 67, I wouldn't play. I think Iheanacho's best position is on the bench, coming on for the last half hour. Same way, I think that's probably James Forrest's best role. I don't think either of them have got the fitness, the energy, the pace, etc., to play any longer than 20 or 30 minutes at the end of the second half. Been great having you on, JG211. Hopefully your night shift goes through nicely and problem free. So I've got a lot of worries regarding Iheanacho's fitness, Iheanacho's energy and endurance. I don't think when he first started playing for Celtic under Brendan Rodgers that he was fully match fit, fully ready to play week in, week out, and play several games per week. The good thing is we won't, apart from the second last game of the season, that's our only midweek game between now and the end of May. So I think the idea, Gavy Boy, of having really good academy facilities is it might convince a player to come to be a Celtic academy player rather than going to be a Rangers academy player, or rather than going to be an academy player at Brentford or Bournemouth or Everton or whatever. it may be because we have over recent times lost quite a lot of players who've graduated from the academy, have gone off to play in England. We've lost 3 or 4 from the actual academy, have gone down to play, gone down to academies in England, having been at our academy. There was a young guy who was apparently very, very talented who left Celtic's academy to go to Liverpool's academy just recently. So I think the idea is, if you've got really top quality facilities, really top quality physios, training, indoor pitches, all these things that you really invest in, academy coaches, maybe that attracts some players from Ireland who might have gone to clubs in England to come to Celtic instead. It maybe attracts players from central Scotland, maybe north of Scotland, south of Scotland, to come to Celtic rather than going to their local club. I don't know. All I would really say is, when I started being a Celtic fan back in the 70s, we seemed to have a tremendous conveyor belt of bringing through talented young players: Macari, Dalglish, Connolly, McGrain, McStay, Nicholas, etc., 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 etc. We kept them bringing through. So a player retired, or a player moved on through transfer, or a player got too old and injured, we seem to always have 2, 3, 4 players who come in and replace them. And that's not something that we've got. In the good old days, if we've got 3 right backs injured, we would have a super talented young reserve team right back to come in and replace them. That's not the case at Celtic at the moment. And I do think it's something that Celtic have kind of forgotten to do, or become very poor at doing, is getting the best Scottish talent, the best Irish talent, maybe also getting talent from overseas to bring into the academy. If we're talking about the Barryfield complex, I've only ever seen it in the various different videos and TV type things. So I've never actually been physically there. Celtic don't welcome fan media to the venue, so not that I'm really technically fan media as such. So the scenario is the scenario is, I think there will be 5 English teams in the Champions League next season. There could be 6 if Liverpool win the Champions League. There could be 7 if an English team wins the Europa League that's not already in the top 5. But I think with Arsenal having won their game, their first leg, it means there will be 5 English teams guaranteed in next year's Champions League. And there's a possibility that Liverpool could be 6 and Notts Forest could be 7. And technically Villa could be the 7th if they're not already in the top 5. And there's likely to be 11 English Premier League teams in Europe next season, combination of Champions League, Europa League, and Conference League, which is rather galling to leagues all around the rest of Europe, who are struggling to get anybody through to the various different competitions because they've got so many qualifiers to go to. It's one of these things that the more English teams, the more Spanish teams, the more German teams in the various competitions means more and more and more of those teams get more and more of their teams into the next set of European competitions, and then countries like Scotland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium get squeezed further and further down the pecking order. Yes, I think smell the glove. You make a good point. It has become a kind of old boys club for big rich European leagues and big rich European clubs. In essence, that's what the Champions League was set up for, because Real Madrid and Barcelona weren't getting into the European Cup, because only one Spanish team got in. The Inter Milans, the Juventuses, the AC Milans, only one of them got into the European Cup each season. So again, that's why they expanded the Champions League. I wasn't. And certainly, in general terms, most countries around the world, the birth rate has gone down and down for a variety of reasons. I wasn't aware that it was such a dramatic thing over the last 50 years, but makes an awful lot of sense. I think also nowadays there are a lot more other things for boys and girls to do in terms of their hobbies and leisure time and stuff. Obviously, football's still a massively big game for boys and girls, etc. But oops. I think, Lauren, you make lots and lots of good points there. I think one of the things, obviously, about football is that it is quite a cutthroat business in terms of being a very, very talented young footballer playing football. Let's say in Motherwell, and then you get taken into the Motherwell Academy or the Celtic Academy, and then suddenly you're not just you're then also up against the best player from Dundee, the best three players from Aberdeen and Inverness, the best five players from Glasgow, and suddenly you're having to do better and better and better. So having been the star footballer in the Lanarkshire schools competitions, you suddenly are up against the best players from all round Scotland, and coming from England and Ireland potentially as well. So, and obviously, at the end of your academy time, and if you don't get into a professional team, that also has quite a lot of implications. One of my wife's friends' daughter's boyfriends had been a very talented young player coming up through the academy system at a big club in Scotland. He got to about the age of 18, 19, played a couple of first team games, never really kicked on into the next level, and then he's kind of got himself into quite a lot of trouble because he had kind of sacrificed his education, sacrificed his training, put everything in to be a footballer, and suddenly about 19, 20, he's released by the big club. He's not picked up by any other clubs, and suddenly there he is, 21 years old, no real qualifications, no real educational qualifications, no other skills, and then he's kind of got himself into a lot of trouble. So it's quite a cutthroat business. Now some of them, like Andy Robertson, gets a second chance by dropping down lots of levels and then coming back up to the top. So yeah, I think Lauren, that's another good point. Is that quite a lot of councils and stuff have sold on the grassland that they had that used to be public parks and so on. So I think there is quite a lot of other issues. Chipper 67 from it's a really nice offer, but his one of the reasons that he got himself into a lot of trouble was that he developed an awful lot of anger issues. Very bitter young man at being ditched by the big club, and then nobody else wanted to take him up. So that's part of the reason he got himself into a lot of problems, was the fact that he had a lot of anger issues, which got him into quite a lot of problems with the court services, the police, job centres, that kind of thing. So he's maybe not a very good bet for taking on as an apprentice. And the other thing, Chipper 67, is because of these anger issues, he no longer is with my wife's friend's daughter anymore, because of these anger issues that he got, that they split up and he moved away. Anyway, enough about him. But just what I'm trying to illustrate is the fact that a lot of young men go all in to try and become a professional footballer, and for a lot of them, 17, 18, 19, 20, their dream gets ruined. Well, Sligo Boy, my understanding is that the Arsenal winning guarantees England 5 next year, but it could be more if just checking to see if that's the case or not. Yeah, sorry, I was just double checking on the BBC site. It says that there will be 5 English teams guaranteed for the Champions League next season. It does vary a bit on what Liverpool do, what Aston Villa do, who wins the FA Cup as well, because at the moment there are a few different options as to who wins the English FA Cup. So anyway. Yes. So smell the glove. That's how I read it. Is the top 2 of the top 5 leagues gets an extra person, because Arsenal beat Sporting Lisbon. It meant England are guaranteed to be one of those top 2, which means that England are guaranteed 5 in the Champions League, and theoretically Liverpool could be a 6th and Villa or Forest could be a 7th. However, if you've already qualified by being top 5, you don't qualify again for having won the Champions League or having won the Europa League. And the winner of the English FA Cup gets an automatic place unless they've already got a place in a different competition. So anyway, so theoretically there could be 11 English teams in the European competitions next season, depending on who wins the league and wins the FA Cup, and then who wins the Conference League, the Europa League, and the Champions League. Yes, and so the interesting thing is that if Celtic or Hearts win the Scottish Premiership this season, they'll go in. I think they'll have 1 or 2 rounds of qualifying to go through to get into the Champions League. So that's the same as it was this season. I think it might actually be 2 games. However, if Rangers were to win the league, they go straight into the Champions League because their coefficient is higher than Celtic's and higher than Hearts in terms of UEFA competitions. And because the team from Greece, let's say it's Olympiacos, which has the higher coefficient, is actually 3rd, Rangers actually would get a position of being one of the highest coefficients from the lower league. So Rangers theoretically could get straight into the Champions League next season if they win the title in Scotland, which of course we hope they don't. And if 1 or 2 other results go in their favour in terms of who wins the Hungarian league and the Greek league and various other different things. So Robbie Keane at Ferencváros could do Celtic a favour by by winning that league, which they are favourites to do, which then would knock Rangers further down that table. So yes, right. Okay, Sligo Boy. I couldn't remember off the top of my head who the Greek team that was the fly in the ointment, but AEK Athens, and 1 round of playoffs for Hearts and Celtic. Pretty sure with the way that the UEFA system is, whoever wins the title next year will have even more qualifying games to go through, because it tends to be a couple of years coefficient points ago that actually determines what this season is going to be. And obviously over recent seasons, we've not, Scotland as a whole hasn't done terribly well. Rangers did okay in the Europa League. Celtic got to the last 24 of the Champions League. But that's we're going further and further down that table, and we'll be even further down next year, because obviously Rangers got nowhere in the Europa League. Celtic got into the first round of knockouts. Aberdeen got absolutely nowhere in the Conference League, and all the other teams got knocked out in the qualifying rounds. So Eddie, now the problem with Thomas Chavanchara is, I would say that Thomas Chavanchara, who was a star player in Czechia, his home country, the old Czechoslovakia is now split into the Czech Republic and the Slovakia Republic. He was a top scorer in the Czechia League, scored lots of goals for his team over there. Moved to Borussia Mönchengladbach. He didn't seem to fit in with the squad at Borussia Mönchengladbach. He then got farmed out to a Turkish team. So he scored a couple of goals for Borussia Mönchengladbach, got farmed out, scored 1 goal in Turkish football. He fell out with the people in the Turkish club. He fell out with Borussia Mönchengladbach. He didn't get paid for a couple of months because of a mix-up between the Turkish club and Borussia Mönchengladbach. He went back to Borussia Mönchengladbach, demanding his wages for the last 2 or 3 months. That was part of the reason that he got farmed out to be on loan at Celtic. So, however, he was good enough to be one of the strikers in the Czechia international squad, which means he is a more than decent player. So I do think Chavanchara is a good player. I do think I don't think he's being played by O'Neill in his best role. I don't think Chavanchara actually is technically a target man player to hold up the ball to distribute it to other players. He actually, for a player who's 6'3", he actually does have a really good turn of pace, and he's best apparently facing the goal rather than with his back to the goal, i.e. he's best running onto balls into the box or getting in behind defenders, running through defenders. He's not so adept at taking the ball facing his own goal at the halfway line, then spinning the ball out to the wide players, and then trying to then get into the box to get the resulting cross, etc. So reportedly, he's more of a Kyogo style of player, more of a Giakoumakis style of player. But O'Neill wants to play him more as a target man. I think you could well be right there. And I would love to see Celtic play 2 up front, be it Chavanchara and Iheanacho, Chavanchara and Maeda, Chavanchara and Nygren. As I say, Nygren actually has played as a striker and a second striker on quite a lot of occasions with other clubs that he's played for in Scandinavia. He's played as a second striker on a regular basis for Sweden, scored goals for them from that position. So and Nygren's about 6'1", pretty good finisher. That's why he's Celtic's top scorer. He's about the only player in the Celtic side who's actually able to take a direct free kick and score with it, and that's something. Well, to be fair to Chavanchara, he has actually scored. He scored a goal. He scored a goal with a header against Falkirk. He scored against Rangers in the Cup quarter-final in the penalty shootout. He then scored the penalty kick against Motherwell in the next game. It was his shot on goal that set up Yang. He's actually helped set up quite a number of goals for Celtic. Playing as the main striker against Kilmarnock when we came from 2-0 down to win 3-2. He was instrumental in the second goal and the third goal that day. He didn't score them, but he created chances for Nygren to score the second and for Arojo to score the third. It was his play that helped set up Yang to score the third goal against Motherwell of those three. So it was his run and cross that set up Yang to score the second goal against Hearts. So he actually has contributed quite a lot of passes and assists and contributions to various goals Celtic have scored. He's so far scored 2 goals for Celtic so far, and scored a very, very important penalty kick and a penalty shootout. Well, Chipper67, I completely and totally agree. His stats in Germany and his stats in Turkey don't suggest that he's a top quality player. However, his stats in Czechia football, which is about the same quality overall as Scottish football, in terms of the types of team who are at the top of the league in Czechia, if they were transposed into the Scottish League, they would be up there challenging Hearts, Rangers, Celtic for the title each season. And the Czechia teams do generally well, about the same kind of level of success as the Scottish teams do in the same competitions. So, anyway, and he was up until very recently a Czechia international. So prior to his difficulties with Borussia Mönchengladbach, he was one of the regular established Czechia international players. So it will be the first to accept that his goal scoring since he left the Czech Republic Football League to move to Germany and then to Turkey has been disappointing. Very good point. The answer is no. I wouldn't pay that much money for him, but I don't think, with the way that the relationship is between Chavanchara and Borussia Mönchengladbach, I don't think Borussia Mönchengladbach would be looking for anywhere near as much money as that for them. I think it would be something where Celtic and Borussia Mönchengladbach could negotiate a different price, because the price that it's an option for Celtic to buy him rather than compulsory for Celtic to buy him. I think it would be subject to negotiation. Same way that Lech Poznan are trying to renegotiate a purchase price for Luis Palma. Same way that when Celtic bought Paulo Bernardo, there was renegotiation. When Celtic bought Jota, there was renegotiation. When Celtic bought Cameron Carter-Vickers, there was a set price that Celtic paid. But with Jota, with Paulo Bernardo, there was negotiation over the eventual price. Chipper 67, it's a super point, but okay, we'll use another example. We all think that Kyogo was a really top quality striker. However, he played half a season in France, didn't score in France at all, got transferred to Birmingham. He scored 1 or 2 goals all this season playing for Birmingham. He's had a terrible half a season in French football. He's had a terrible season in playing for Birmingham. Has Kyogo suddenly become a rubbish striker? Maybe he has. Maybe he's too old, too slow. Maybe he's had too many injuries, etc. We don't know. Accept your premise, your point of view. It's a very well-reasoned point of view. However, players do go off and play in other leagues, don't succeed to come back, and they're a big success back in Scottish football. Some go off to a different level. Matt O'Reilly's not had a particularly successful time having moved down south. I'm sure if Matt O'Reilly came back to Celtic, he'd turn back into being a very good, high-quality player for Celtic. I don't know. If you're not played in your best position, your goal output really diminishes. I don't think Celtic playing Chavanchara in the way that he was at his best in Czech Republic football, and the same with Shin Yamada. We didn't play Shin Yamada the way that he had succeeded in the J League with about 20 goals the season before he came to Celtic. I think Pat McLaughlin, you make a super point, and that would bring him roughly into the success rate that Adam Ida did when he came to us on loan for the second half of a couple of seasons ago. He scored 9 goals in the second half of that season, and I think 9 goals in a half a season is a decent output, particularly with Chavanchara, who's been kind of in and out the side. And I think that's also part of the difficulty that Chavanchara's had, is that he's been Celtic over the last 2 months have played Maeda as a centre forward, Chavanchara, Adamu, Iheanacho. Then we've gone back to the first one. Then we've given another game or 2 to Iheanacho, then a game to Adamu. I don't think any player coming into a club needs to have a consistency of knowing what his role is. I think Chavanchara has been chopped and changed. His role's been moved around. He's been on the bench sometimes. He's been playing sometimes. He's been asked to play one role, a different role. Anyway, I completely, Pat McLaughlin, super point. I think if he was to score, so he's scored 2 goals so far for Celtic. If he scored another 6 or 7, I think one could say that has been a qualified success, and probably good enough in that case, given his previous history, given the fact that he's scored goals at the highest level, he scores goals at international level, probably he's worth a punt on. But for me, not at the £7 million if that's what the supposed fee is. But I dare say that Borussia Mönchengladbach would be keen to offload him for a lesser fee. Same way that the supposed negotiated fee between Celtic and Bournemouth would have Bournemouth losing several £1 million on what they paid for to bring Araujo across from Barcelona. Yes, I think Trippers Extern, I would say somewhere in the region of 3 to 4 million would be a reasonable price for Chavanchara given his last couple of seasons. I think had we been buying him direct from Czechia, we could have been looking at, on the basis of how he had been scoring goals at that level and scoring goals internationally, we could probably be looking at 6, 7, 8 million, much like was thought to be the case with Kiesgarden from Denmark and Strelic from Czechia as well. But I think a lot of all this speculation is going to come down to I think a lot of all this speculation is going to come down to whoever Celtic choose to give the manager's job to, and it may be that Celtic already know who that manager is going to be, but they can't announce it till the end of the season, when whoever that manager is, his season with his current club ends. That does point to possibly being Askew of Motherwell. Does point to possibly being Robbie Keane of Ferencváros, possibly the guy McKenna at Ipswich is another possibility. He reportedly was keen to become Celtic's manager, but wanted to give it another season or 2 at Ipswich. I don't honestly know off the top of my head how Ipswich are doing in terms of the English Championship. I would suspect if Ipswich got back into the Premier League, he would be staying at Ipswich for another couple of seasons. But I wouldn't be too surprised if McKenna didn't get promoted with Ipswich this season, that he then would choose to come to Celtic to further his career. I think, Eddie, see, you make a good point. The thing is, with Celtic having a stadium that holds 60,000 fans, with Rangers having a stadium that holds about 45,000 fans, plus the fact that Celtic and Rangers both have a global support that no other team in Scotland does. Very few teams actually in Europe have the level of support all around the world that Celtic and Rangers do. And so I think you make an excellent point. If Celtic had the money that a team like Bournemouth and Brentford gets through the TV contract for the English Premier League, gets through the prize money from the Premier League, gets through all the TV hosting rights and sponsorship deals, etc. If Celtic were to move into the English Premier League as a team, Celtic and Rangers would probably take a season or 2 to fully get up to the quality. But given the amount of supporters all around the world, given the fact that Celtic's ground of 60,000 would automatically put them in the top 4 or 5 biggest stadiums and supporter turnouts in the whole of the English Premier League, and also the England Celtic or Rangers were in the English Premier League, their prestige would go up massively in terms of what players would be willing to come and play for Celtic and Rangers, because they're in that top quality league. So I think I make an excellent point that if Celtic and Rangers were invited into the English Premier League, which I don't think is going to happen, don't think it'll ever happen, because in that case you'd require Bournemouth and Brentford and Crystal Palace and all the other sort of lower, less popular teams with the smaller stadiums, etc. We'd have to get them to vote to admit Celtic and Rangers. So. But it's an interesting, and as I said in the past, there has been this possibility of a big pan-European Super League being developed to replace the domestic leagues. So kind of like what the Champions League is at the moment, except there is no English league, there is no Spanish league, there is no German league, etc. It's all just European Super League, with different divisions of that, and the possibility of teams who are still in Germany being able to go into that league, the teams in Scotland being able to go into that league at the lower echelons. Chipper 67. As far as I'm aware, the whoever the new manager is, he can sack whoever he wants. He can bring in entirely his own backroom team. I don't think there's any necessity that he would have to keep Strachan, Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus. My understanding is Maloney, Fotheringham, and McManus are simply there as part of O'Neill's interim team, that their contracts with Celtic as coaches would be null and void once O'Neill leaves, presuming that he does leave at the end of May. And then Maloney would then go back to his current job, or his previous job, which is this sort of recruitment manager, pathways manager type of thing. He wouldn't have to have Stevie Woods as his goalkeeping coach. He wouldn't have to have Gavin Strachan. He wouldn't have to keep anybody. Now Maloney's a different matter, because Maloney has another job that he will be going back to. Theoretically, I suppose the new manager could get him sacked, but I think that job is more in the purview of the chief executive and the board rather than of the manager, because Maloney's job before, when Rodgers was the manager, he wasn't involved in first team football at all. He was more to do with loans and recruitment and scouting and all that kind of thing. Right, Lauren. So it looks like Ipswich have got a good chance of being in the top couple to get up into the Premiership. If not, they'd be almost certain to get into the playoffs to get into the Premiership. So, to be honest, I wasn't massively impressed with Kieran McKenna of Ipswich, but he was a person that a lot of people were keen on. I hadn't seen it definitely that he was leaving Liverpool. I just thought with him not having signed a new contract with Liverpool in December, January, I couldn't see there being any real possibility he was going to be staying at Liverpool any longer than the end of the season. So I'm not sure whether Celtic fans would like Andy Robertson back at the club. He obviously was a teenager at Celtic, and as happens quite often with young players who haven't fully developed physically and mentally, he was released by Celtic. He then went off to play for Queen's Park, then Dundee United, then Hull, then Liverpool. He's now Scotland's second highest capped player of all time. He's got a good chance over the course of the next dozen games or so to overtake Kenneth Dalglish as Scotland's most capped player. Only reason, sorry, if anybody was concerned about me talking about Rangers, it was only to illustrate the point that somebody was making in terms of Celtic moving financially into the English Premier League. Because Rangers have got a big ground and they've got a big support worldwide, or Sevcore, whatever you want to call them, they've still got a big ground, they've still got a global support. It was simply to illustrate a point. I wasn't in any way promoting Rangers. I'm sorry. So I'm not personally sure that there would be room in the same team for Robertson and for Kieran Tierney, unless Celtic went to playing a different set of formations that we do. I think as things stand at the moment with Marcelo Sirachi is quite happy, it appears, to back up Kieran Tierney. I'm not sure that Andy Robertson would want to come to play for Celtic to be the backup to Kieran Tierney. I think of all Celtic's players this season, I would say personally that probably Tierney and Nygren are the two players that come to mind for me in terms of thinking who's been Celtic's player of the season. Yes, I think Andy Robertson's a great player. I think as well as being a Celtic supporter, I'm a Liverpool supporter. I would much rather have Robertson playing left back than the Hungarian player Kerkez. I think Robertson's a better defender. He's a better tackler. He's a better crosser. He's a better everything than Kerkez. But for some reason, the Liverpool manager Arne Slot seems to have completely gone off of Andy Robertson. Plays Kerkez 8 times out of 10. I think another problem, I think someone was making that point, would be the fact that that's a good point actually. With Marcelo Sirachi, given the fact he's a lot younger than Robertson, he's younger than Tierney, we would actually get 3 or 4 seasons easily out of Sirachi if we signed Sirachi as a player over the course of this summer. I think Sirachi has been a surprisingly good player for Celtic. The problem also someone was raising with Andy Robertson is he would have to take quite a big drop in wages from playing for Liverpool to come and play for Celtic. I suspect that Robertson wouldn't have too much problems dropping down. And I think there are plenty of teams in the English Premier League who would happily have Andy Robertson come to their club. And then if he stayed in the English Premier League, he could carry on earning his £100,000 a week. Now, the question would then be whether he is happy to take a drop from 100,000 to 40 or 50,000, like Tierney's done. Tierney reported 110,000 at Arsenal, dropping to something like 45 to 50 at Celtic. Sirachi's in 67. That's a really good point again. Sirachi has fallen out with his parent club, which is why he got loaned out to come and play in Europe, and Celtic were lucky enough to get him. Again, I don't think his parent club would be that fussed about getting a big transfer fee for him, which I think is why there are so many teams reportedly in England, Spain, and other South American countries who are looking to sign him for a relatively cut price fee this summer. ADC, I all I would say is on his season in Borussia Mönchengladbach and his half a season in Turkish football, his stats aren't very good. His stats are much better if we look at how he was doing in the Czech league. And as I said, I don't think Celtic's played him in his best position or his best style. He's kind of being he's kind of like a square peg in a round hole. That's the way that O'Neill wants to play, is by having a tall central striker as a focus or a fulcrum or whatever, a pivot point for the wide players and the midfielders to play off of. Sirachi, excuse me. Sirachi had got back into the Uruguayan squad. Then he got injured. Then he seemed to have dropped out the Uruguayan squad because he wasn't in the Uruguayan squad for the most recent international break. Now, whether that's because there was some doubts about his fitness, because he'd only fairly recently come back from injury into the Celtic team, so maybe the Uruguayan manager decided not to risk calling him up for meaningless friendlies. But he certainly had got himself back into the Uruguayan squad as the backup left back in the Uruguayan squad. So I wouldn't be not for Robertson and Tierney at the club. I don't see the two of them. In essence, in terms of Scotland, Stevie Clarke sometimes does play Tierney and Robertson in the same side, but to do that, he tends to have to play Tierney as a left-sided centre back and Robertson as a left wing back. When he does play Robertson as left back, it's Robertson who plays at left back and Tierney's coming off the bench. I'm not terribly sure if Celtic do play four at the back that there's a role for Robertson and Tierney to be in the same team or the same squad, and for our two highest paid players to be both the left back. However, I've other than the fact that at the start of the season, Kieran Tierney wasn't able to play a full 90 minutes, I've actually been very, very impressed and very, very happy with his performance. He's scored 5 goals this season, which puts him in the top 10 goal scorers for Celtic this season. He's got 11 assists, which I think puts him about second in Celtic's assists table for this season. So for your left back to be having scored 5 goals, and none of those goals are obviously from penalty kicks, etc., and for him to have 11 assists, so created 11 goals, again, it's a good output for a fullback to be scoring that many goals and that many assists. It's right up there with Alistair Johnston, who in the past has done similar off the other wing, and 5 goals in a season is the same, I think, as Tierney had in his career before at Celtic, all put together, and the 11 assists in the season equals the best he had done in his first spell at Celtic. So I think Tierney's had a good season for Celtic, and I think in these last 6 league games and 2 cup games, I think we can certainly expect Tierney to have to play 90 minutes if required in each of those games. I don't think Celtic have to sort of wrap him in cotton wool like we did at the start of the season. Yes, so and his deliveries from corners has been good. He scored a really important goal against Rangers in the league that got us back into the game. He scored the opener against Aberdeen away from home, which was part of the victory. It was him that scored the second goal in the home win over Aberdeen under Wilfred Nancy with about 5 minutes to go. He scored also against Hearts in a couple of games before in the 2-1 defeat. It was the Tierney that came up and scored late in that game. So he's actually scored some important goals for Celtic this season. And as I say, he's created 11 goals for Celtic this season. So I think I smell the glove. It could well be, and it could well be that Andy Robertson has decided that playing for money and playing for big bucks isn't important anymore for him, and that he may be very happy to drop his request, his weekly wages from £100,000 a week plus at Liverpool down to something well within Celtic's budget. Thank you very much, Chipper67. Very nice of you to pop in for a couple of hours after your evening out. And yep, lots of different things to do on the channel. We've got the live stream, we've got the daily quizzes, we've got the polls from every now and again. We've got long videos, short videos, lots of different things to do on the David67 channel. Hopefully the subscriber numbers can keep on pushing up and up and up. So yes, as someone was saying earlier on, yes, maybe Andy Robertson's decided that earning money is not the main thing. I'm sure he's got, if he's financially sensible, I'm sure he's got hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in the bank that he can fall back on. It may be that moving his wife and kids and stuff back to Scotland is important for him. Makes an awful lot of sense. I think Celtic would be probably the only team that he would consider playing for in Scotland. He obviously was a boy player at Celtic until we released him about the age of 16 or 17. Good evening to you as well, Clashman Numpty. Lovely to have you join us. Certainly, Dermot Desmond has plenty money in the bank already. He's got a number of different businesses that he's in the process of potentially selling off. He's got a massive share apparently in a private healthcare company, which also has nursing homes and care homes and so in it. So, and that's, if he does sell that off, it's again another billion or two in his bank balance. So he's not a man who's short of money. Which is why people try to. I don't think anybody could financially force him out of Celtic, given the fact that he has so much money in the bank already that it would take an awful lot of money to buy him out of Celtic shares. If we're talking about the next manager, it still seems to be up in the air as to who's going to be Celtic's manager. I haven't seen anything concrete in terms of any particular choice. Still a lot of speculation regarding Askew, still a lot of speculation about Robbie Keane. Interestingly, quite a lot of more speculation about Craig Bellamy leaving Wales to come to be Celtic's manager. Some talk about Stevie Clark, some talk about Roberto Martinez. Those two obviously are going to be tied up with the World Cup for the first month or two of the pre-season spell. Also, Sorry. It's one of the difficulties of having so many brilliant comments in the comment section is I'm not quite sure sometimes if we're talking about players, talking about managers, about other things. As someone was saying 5-10 minutes ago, I personally don't see a place for Tierney and Robertson in the same Celtic squad, given the fact that Robertson's a couple of years older than Tierney. I think also the question would then be, would have two first choice left backs. Would Celtic change their formation, their setup to accommodate them both on the same side? Otherwise, I can't see Celtic spending the money wage-wise on both of them unless the intention was to have them both playing week in, week out as starters. So, which is why I think Sirachi is a much better bet for the money. Certainly in his interviews that I haven't seen any interviews with him recently, but certainly the interviews I heard from him, it sounded like he wanted to carry on being Wales's manager. It's just I've read a few interviews or seen reports of interviews from other people who are suggesting that Bellamy is not quite so popular with people within the Wales football group, player-wise and behind the scenes, as was first thought. Anyway, I don't know. Again, all these things are stories and rumours, and it's very difficult to separate the wheat from the chaff, etc. It's very interesting. I didn't actually see that interview, and it is. You're quite right. It is quite worrying. I dare say the pressure of being an international manager is actually quite high, and the situation that Wales got themselves into was a kind of winner takes all thing. Obviously, with the playoffs, and in the end, they kind of blew it, having been in a better position against Bosnia. They kind of blew it late on. I think got knocked out on penalties. But certainly, if he was struggling for mental energy, etc., with his games for Wales, I think the intensity of managing Celtic in 4 different competitions would probably be too much for him. So Eddie C. J6R, the situation with Arojo is, to the best of my knowledge, he's currently back at Bournemouth receiving treatment. Now, the very, very first report was he would be at Bournemouth for a couple of weeks. Then that got turned into he was going to be at Bournemouth for 8 weeks, which would then have ruled out him ever coming back to Celtic. Then the suggestion was he is going to be at Bournemouth for treatment for about four weeks or so, then coming back to Celtic, possibly Celtic coming back to Celtic, possibly around about the time of when the split starts, with a hope that he'll be available for 2 or 3 of the post-split fixtures and available for the cup final. So there's a hope that Arojo will be back fit to play for Celtic in May, but not back to play for Celtic in April. But the first one was his injury is quite minor, out for a week or 2. Then that turned into 8 weeks, so he's out for the rest of his Celtic career within this loan, and then that's been amended to hopefully back from May, but not April. But the difficulty Celtic have got is that we've gone from having four good right backs in the squad in Johnston, Donovan, Arojo and Ralston. We're kind of now on our fourth choice, which was Ralston. So I think if we're going to grade those right backs, we've got Johnston closely followed by Arojo, bit of a gap to Donovan, and more of a bit of a gap to Ralston, certainly in my estimation. And we're now down to our fourth choice right back. Good thing about Anthony Ralston was last season he was Celtic's only ever present player. So Celtic last season played 57 competitive games, and Ralston was either on the bench or playing in all 57 games last season. So he was the only player Celtic had last season who was on the bench or playing in every single game last season. Sinisalo missed one game last season, in that he was on the bench a lot last season, played a few games. So Ralston certainly seems to be a player who can avoid injuries. I think Ralston's a fairly dependable player, defends okay, passes okay, crosses okay, but I don't think he is as good as the three people above him. So it will be interesting to see whether I guess O'Neill's going to go with Ralston for the rest of the season, unless one of the other three comes back a bit earlier than expected. I have to say, I was actually really surprised that Oxlade-Chamberlain got the start against Dundee last Sunday. And I was also massively surprised that Hatate didn't at least come off the bench. I thought Hatate had actually been playing pretty decently. I thought he was pretty decent in the games against Rangers. Nobody played well in the game against Dundee United, but I thought he actually was more than decent in the Rangers games, more than decent in the Motherwell game. I thought he deserved a chance to having had a poor game against Dundee United, like everybody else did that game. That I thought he really was the player in possession of the spot alongside McGregor. But Oxlade-Chamberlain, I'm not convinced that Oxlade-Chamberlain either has got the physical endurance and fitness and stuff to play 90 minutes for Celtic. So I think he actually might be a better player, like Iheanacho and like Forrest, as a player to come on for 20-30 minutes. I didn't read the Alan McCoy stuff in much depth. It looked like he was... I think one of the things on channels like Talk Sport and stuff, I think quite often if you're Alan McCoist or Simon Jordan or Alan Brazil or those ex-Tottenham players whose names I can't keep on forgetting, O'Hara and is it Cundy? Anyway, I think some people on those channels are supposed to create controversy and stuff. I think a lot of Rangers fans and Hearts fans and Rangers celebrities and Hearts celebrities kind of had a knee-jerk reaction to the post-split fixtures without really thinking about it. I think Alan McCoist was just stirring up trouble, stirring up controversy for the sake of boosting the ratings of the radio show that he does with Alan Brazil and Bong Lahore. I think it also keeps him in the media news and the media spotlight as well. To be fair, I know I actually don't like Chris Boyd at all, but he did seem, from what I've read, to be much more sensible and reasonable. And to be fair, Derek McInnes also seemed to be pretty reasonable, saying that the way the fixtures panned out was pretty much what they had been expecting to happen. So, and really in the end of it, Celtic had to, by the rules, get an extra home game compared to Hearts and Rangers because they've had an extra home game in the first 33. So Celtic were supposed to get an extra home game, and they've had an extra home game. You had restrictions in terms of TV billings, and also the police commitment for the Edinburgh Derby, the Glasgow Derby, and the Celtic Hearts game and the Rangers Hearts games, and that you had to basically have those 4 big, high-profile games on weekend days. And you've only got 4 weekends in that last 5 games, so I don't think they could actually have done anything else other than what they've done in terms of splitting out those 4 fixtures. And for that reason, Celtic having the last game of the season at Celtic Park against Hearts makes perfect sense. I think it probably could have either been Hearts Rangers or Celtic Hearts as the last game of the season in Game 5. And they've gone for Celtic Hearts, which it will be very, 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 very interesting if it goes down to the last game of the season, a kind of a winner takes all type of thing. It'd be more nerve-wracking if Celtics have to beat Hearts by 2 or 3 goals to win the title. That would be a lot more nerve-wracking. But if Celtic simply had to beat Hearts to win the title, that would be fine. I think, Gavy boy, I don't think most fans or media pundits, ex-footballers, really properly understood all the ins and outs of all the various different things. As I said, I think Sky Sports have a massive, massive say in what games are on what days, which games are on Saturdays, which games are on Sundays, which ones are early in the day, late in the day. The Scottish Police obviously have a big say-so as well, because they have to organise more police officers, etc., for high-profile games like Hibs Hearts, Celtic Hearts, Rangers Hearts, and obviously Celtic Rangers. Massive, massive amounts of extra police, etc., for that game. So, and obviously Sky Sports have got advertising slots to sell. They've also got to fit in the Scottish League alongside the English League and all the other leagues that they cover. So, I think Sligo. I just think a lot of fans and ex-players didn't really properly understand what all the permutations were, and the fact that to fit in with Sky, fit in with the police, and to fit in with the balance of home and away fixtures and who's been to which clubs already to play a home game or 2 away games or whatever, there were very, very few opportunities to do anything other than what they did. And I think probably Celtics had a wee bit of rub of the green in that we're getting an extra home game against Falkirk. Falkirk's away. Falkirk's ground, the plastic pitch, is probably quite difficult to play on. Celtic struggled there early in the season. Rangers have got to go to play at Falkirk on their plastic pitch twice in the last 6 games. That's probably a bit of a disadvantage for Rangers. Also, Rangers have got their big game against Hearts away from home, their big game against Celtic away from home. So again, they're a bit disadvantaged. But I don't think there was any other permutations to fit all those things in. Yes. Yep, I think that's what I was trying to explain already. Explain earlier was that you can't have them all playing at home all at the same time. I suppose in theory, you could have had on the last day of the season had Celtic playing at home, Hearts playing at home, Rangers playing at home. You can't have Celtic and Rangers playing at home on the same day, so one of them has to be away from home. Because for policing reasons, you can't have Celtic and Rangers playing in the same on the same day in the Scottish leagues, etc. So there was no leeway actually either way, and I think a lot of fans and media people just react like a knee-jerk reaction. They didn't actually bother thinking. They didn't bother doing any research, and And Gavia Boy was also saying there, to a fairly big extent, Scottish football is kind of been the ugly cousin or the ugly sister. It kind of gets squeezed in here and there, and kind of neglected in a lot of ways. The contract that Sky Sports have for TV money for Scottish League is actually remarkably low for the number of games that they actually do cover. They don't actually always use up their whole commitment of games per season, which is again is disappointing. Yeah, well, to be fair, I think anyway. My personal feeling is that Celtic have been given, simply because of balancing out of home and away fixtures and balancing out the fact that Hearts and Rangers in the earlier parts of the season often played before Celtic did. I think Celtic do have a bit of an advantage. 3 home games, with one of those being against Falkirk, a team we've played 4 times this season and beaten 4 times, twice very comfortably, twice much closer. I think that's a bit of an advantage for Celtic. Having Hearts and Rangers coming to Celtic Park, that's an advantage. Obviously, with the way that the crowd quotas are, there should be a massive partisan Celtic crowd, a tiny Hearts crowd, a tiny Rangers crowd. It may be the Rangers crowd for the game against Celtic is even smaller than it would have been prior to the fiasco at Ibrox in the cup quarter final. I don't know. Haven't yet seen anything as to what that's actually going to turn out to be. I think the first intention was that Rangers would get the same quota that they would have got anyway. However, the Safety Board of Glasgow City Council and the Scottish Police could actually cut that quota if they thought it's not safe to have a bigger Rangers fan group coming to the ground. Certainly, Gary Boy, the relative gap as things stand with top 6. Falkirk obviously on 46, so theoretically Falkirk could actually, if they beat Rangers on Sunday, that would get them up to 49. That would only put them 5 points behind Motherwell, depending how Motherwell do against Hearts. But actually, Falkirk theoretically could still be in a chance of getting 4th place. 4th place would guarantee them European football, at least qualifiers. So, however, Hearts and Hibs and Motherwell are 3 points apart. So there's every chance that Hibs and Motherwell are going to be going 100% towards the end of the season to try and get that guaranteed 4th place that guarantees you European football next season. Falkirk at the moment aren't out of contention for 4th place. Obviously, 8 points behind. However, given the fact that Falkirk will be playing Hibs and Motherwell, does give them a bit of an advantage theoretically if they did get on a good run of form. So maybe they will rest players for the cup final if they get to the cup final, as one would expect them to be the favourites to do so. But sometimes resting players, you lose the cohesion, you lose the team spirit, you lose the partnerships. I personally would think that all the teams in the top 6 are going to be trying 100% in all of their last 6 games, because, as I say, particularly Hibs and Motherwell are fighting out for 4th place, which gets them guaranteed European football. And theoretically, Falkirk, with a couple of wins, would very much get back into the contention for that 4th place as well. the other thing I think also for Falkirk players is for some of them, they're in the shop window for moving on to bigger and better clubs, bigger contracts at other clubs. One or two players currently at Falkirk rumoured to be on shopping lists for teams in England. Keep on forgetting the name of the young Falkirk striker who's been scoring a lot of goals, maybe Barney Stewart. Reportedly, Rangers have been looking at possibly signing him for next season. So I think also part of these last few games, which are going to have pretty high coverage on Sky Sports and coverage around the world, I think also if you're in the shop window, you're going to try as hard as you can. So I don't really personally see team players not trying their hardest, nor I'd be surprised if John McGlynn at Falkirk does put out weekend sides for the games at the end of the season, assuming that they qualify from the cup semi-final the weekend after this. Thanks, Jojo Hamilton, for joining us. It's been great to have you on. Gavy boy, the only way for us to find out will be to see what actually happens if Falkirk get into that position, because theoretically, if he gets into the top four, he's guaranteed a place in Europe the next season. Otherwise, he's gambling on Celtic winning the title if Celtic also win the cup or get into the cup final. So there are a lot of different scenarios, and it's kind of putting all your eggs in one basket if you say, well, that's just in the cup final now, I'll just rest everybody, because that might backfire. I can definitely very much see where you're coming from. Ange Postecoglou, at the end of his second season at Celtic, certainly rested a few players for the last few games of the season in preparation for the cup final. I think that's a wee bit of a different scenario in that Celtic had already achieved the league at that point, and it made sense to rest a few players at that point. But I do also think sometimes when you rest a lot of players, you lose the team cohesion. One could argue that Celtic rested a few players at the end of last season prior to the cup final. We struggled to a draw with St Mirren in the last game of the season. We then lost the cup final the weekend after to Aberdeen. I think sometimes keeping up the winning momentum, keeping up the players being playing week in, week out, playing alongside each other week in, week out can often have benefits that putting your star 3 or 4 players on the bench, or not even having them on the bench, sometimes that gets them out of match fitness, match sharpness and stuff. Anyway. I would be massively surprised if Lawrence Shankland ended up at Celtic. He's got a pretty much a job for life at Hearts. I've got no idea whether this is true or not, but reportedly Shankland's a lifelong Rangers fan, and there are many people who said that he never would have come to Celtic in a million years because he was such a devoted Rangers fan all his life. I don't know whether that's true or not. He's been a very important player for Hearts this season. Scored a fair number of goals. I think one would argue that maybe Braga, Kizaridis have been more important players for Hearts this season, but he has done a good job leading the line. I personally wouldn't be keen to have Shankland coming to play for Celtic next season. And as I said, I have read that he's a Rangers nut, a Rangers fan who wouldn't want to play for Celtic in a million years. Cell 6, 7, 8, 8. That's what I'd read as well. I don't know whether it's the case. But there were rumblings when it was being mooted a couple of seasons ago of Shankland coming to Celtic, that he was letting it be known that it's pointless Celtic going in for him because he would never agree to come to Celtic. I'm not sure what's true. I'm not sure what I've said that's not true, but if I've said something that's not true, I'm sorry. Whoops. Very, very interesting stat about Celtic never having won the Scottish Cup in the year ending in a 6. I'll take your word for it. You often have a much better inside track on all these stats type of things. We've certainly won over the last 25 years since O'Neill came into Celtic in 2000. A lot of cups, a lot of league cups, a lot of leagues. We've been massively successful in terms of domestic football for these last 25, 26 seasons, particularly the last 13, 14 seasons. Incredible run of leagues and all that time. Oops. Fair enough, Gavy boy. I don't know. There aren't terribly many players, obviously, who've played for Celtic and played for Rangers. I had no idea actually where Maurice Johnson's affiliations lay between Celtic and Rangers. I'm pretty sure Kenny Miller, who did play for Rangers and for Celtic, I think he was a very long-standing Rangers fan, given the fact his dad was ex-Rangers and ex-Hibs. I don't know. But take your point, Gavy boy. Sometimes players do move simply for the money. Sometimes players, I'm Sirachi. I thought that Tierney hadn't played okay before that, but I think actually when Sirachi came on, the game was starting to open up anyway, because it was 75 minutes into the game. The players on both sides were starting to get a bit tired. I think Dundee were finding it more and more difficult to get their players behind the ball and to counter-attack Celtic. So I think Celtic got a lot more space down the left-hand side. Don't think Forrest did terribly much going down the right-hand side, but Yang certainly seemed to get more purchase and more progress down the left side than Maeda had done. Obviously, when Dundee went down to 10 men just after Kelechi Iheanacho scored the goal, I think that also opened up space. But I think Sirachi actually made a real difference. The fact that maybe he was coming straight on and Tierney had played 75 minutes, maybe Tierney didn't quite have the energy to get up and down the wing anymore. But Sirachi certainly made a difference. A couple of nice deliveries into the box. It was his cross that set up Iheanacho for the goal. I think Sirachi is a super player for Celtic to have coming off the bench. Good crosser, good passer, pretty good defender, pretty good in terms of pace. Not got the most height for a left back, but more height than Greg Taylor certainly had previously. Anyway, as I said, I don't see. I'm not quite sure whose question it was regarding Lawrence Shankland. I don't see Lawrence Shankland coming to Celtic as really as a viable option anymore. Maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago, if he had wanted to come to Celtic, but I think his goal output's not been so good for Hearts in the last couple of seasons. He's had 1 or 2 injury problems in recent seasons as well. He's kind of fallen out of favour with the Scotland international squad. I guess he must be over 30 now as well. Yeah, so Shankland's 31 next birthday, so I'm not convinced that signing Shankland it would be a terribly good move. Other than the fact, I suppose he is Scottish, so he would qualify for the UEFA quotient for being one of the 4 homegrown Scottish trained players. So, but I'm certainly hoping that Celtic have got better options than signing Lawrence Shankland to be one of our top strikers for next season. Don't know what other people feel, but I'm actually very positive about Callum Osmond coming back to fitness for next season. I think he could turn into a very good striker for Celtic in the long run. I think maybe another season or 2 as a backup before he really starts to come to full fruition. But I think in the wee 3 or 4 games he did have for Celtic, I think he showed he has a lot of skills that could be very good for Celtic. Good striker's instinct to get into the box, lots and lots of pace, good 2-footed player as well. Scored a super goal against Rangers in the League Cup semi-final. Won as a penalty in Midtjylland, and then unfortunately got himself injured and out for probably the rest of the season, although there is a hope he might get back for the last 3 or 4 games of the season. I think next season, as the backup striker, so i.e. a number 3 striker at Celtic, he could actually be a very important player for Celtic next season. But I do think one way or another we need to get in a striker capable of scoring 30 goals or more in Scottish football, and capable of scoring goals at the European level as well. Yeah, smell the glove. I did notice that Paul McStay was going to be the front person for this season tickets alliance. Now, my understanding, and again, I might be wrong about this, is that Paul McStay lives in Australia, and so he's not actually in Scotland that much ordinarily. He does come across to Scotland every now and again for family things and for Celtic related things, but my understanding was he now lives in Australia. I might be wrong again. And I'm not so the story is that hockey will put in £2 million in shares for every 10,000 Celtic season ticket holders that sign up to be part of an alliance, which means if he did sign up and get 10 million shares, that would be about possibly about 9% of the shares in Celtic, which obviously is dwarfed by the 34% that Desmond has. And clearly, for Desmond to have remained in control of Celtic for the last 20 odd years or whatever it is, he clearly has to have other people who are major shareholders who vote with him on every issue. So I'm not quite sure. And it seems to be that Willie Hockey will put up these shares, this money for the shares, which will be a maximum of £10 million, which would get them a possibility of a representative on the board. But it would appear there's going to be 5 people who will be part of that committee, with one of them being the nominated representative in the end, once Paul McStay's moved on. It all seems all very vague. I'm not quite sure what power, and I was kind of saying this to Pat McLaughlin before we came onto the live stream and a wee comment thing. I'm not quite sure what power or voting power it would get this supporters alliance. I'm not quite sure how it would force the board to listen to supporters' points of view, etc. But maybe as it all transpires and comes out in the wash over the next few months, it'll all become very clear. Also, at football clubs or any business on the stock exchange, you've got voting shares and non-voting shares. It's all very, very, very complicated. And obviously, for Willie Hockey to buy £10 million worth of shares, that implies someone else who already is a Celtic shareholder has to sell £10 million worth of shares. So I don't think there's any plan for Celtic to sell more shares in Celtic, unlike Rangers, who are selling another big share issue because they're short of money, because they've run through all of the money they got in terms of the San Francisco 49ers consortium takeover. They've kind of spent all that money, and they're a bit short of money for next season unless they sell players to buy players. So they're doing another share issue to try and raise more funding. I don't think Celtic are intending to do that. So in essence, Willie Hockey would have to buy shares from other people who are already invested in Celtic. So I don't really understand all the ins and outs of the Willie Hockey type thing. When it was first put forward, a lot of people seemed very skeptical that it would actually do anything, but maybe it will do. There's certainly, I was reading a poll on another none of the Celtic websites or Celtic fan sites, and certainly there seemed to be about a quarter of the people who replied to that survey, that poll, were suggesting they weren't sure about whether they were going to renew their season ticket for next season. Also read that there's still about 15 to 20,000 people on a waiting list to get Celtic season tickets. So whether those people would remain on the season ticket waiting list or not, but the indications have been for the last several seasons that Celtic have got 54,000 season ticket holders, and they could easily have had the capacity sold an extra 10 to 20,000 season tickets for the last 4 or 5 seasons. But whether that's the case for next season, I don't know. Okay, enough. Fair enough. As I said, six, seven, eight. It's stocks and shares and financial things have never ever been something I've ever been interested in. Not something I really know anything about. And the wee bit of research I've done into it, looks incredibly complicated, and I don't really know. I can't really see any possibility of forcing Dermot Desmond out of the club, given the fact that he has by far the biggest shareholding in Celtic, and he seems to have other allies in amongst the other 66% of the shareholders at Celtic that keeps him in power. Yeah, thank you, Paradise. Nice to have you on, Paradise Huddle. I'm certainly hoping for a nice, easy win for us on Saturday against St Mirren. Now, coming back to Gavi Boy's, I think it was Gavi Boy's theory regarding John McGlynn resting Falkirk players for the last 5 games of the season. If they get into the Scottish Cup the weekend after next, maybe St Mirren rest 4 or 5 players this Saturday for the Cup semi-final the week later. I don't know. So I'm certainly hoping that Celtic have an easy win. Certainly hoping at least Celtic have a win on Saturday against St Mirren. Obviously, that would set us up nicely for the last 5 games of the season. It would obviously set us up nicely for the Cup semi-final the week later. Yes, so I think the intention is that £10 million worth of shares would then give that Celtic season tickets alliance a voting block, which then they could use all their shares as a single voting block. The way that Dermot Desmond uses his 34 point whatever it is shareholding to as a 34% vote for any issue, and clearly Dermot Desmond must have someone else that backs him up with 16% of the shares to get him to the 50% that votes anything through. That certainly is. It's certainly a point of view. I think that the board members, the executives, have got a bit of major issue in Celtic not winning the title if they don't win the title. I think similarly the players have had a big role to play. So many of Celtic's players this season have not performed anywhere near as well as they have in previous seasons. It would be difficult to blame the board members, etc., for Dies and Maida's drop in form, Hatate's drop in form, McGregor's drop in form. It's difficult to blame the board for Kasper Schmeichel playing all that time with a dodgy shoulder. That came down to Rodgers, O'Neill, Nancy, O'Neill again, that he got carried on playing week in, week out. It does appear that the recruitment team, the scouting team, have massively underperformed. Again, I think lots and lots and lots of people, as is generally the case. I think to blame one single group for what I think is probably a systemic problem, i.e. lots of different things not working, rather than one single thing not working. In that the board doing whatever the board did or didn't do doesn't make Dies and Maida play so much worse, Hatate plays so much worse, McGregor plays so much worse. Schmeichel play poorly. All these different things. Last season, Dyson Maida was massively important for Celtic. Celtic probably could have sold him for any kind of price last summer. Celtic kept hold of Dyson Maida, which I suppose you can blame on the board that they kept him. Maybe he didn't want to stay at Celtic. You could blame them for keeping hold of Dyson Maida, but then the board also gets blamed if we let players leave the club. So I think there's lots and lots of different things. That's such a really interesting point, and it was actually something I was going to. Oops. No, sorry. So Pat McLaughlin is a really good. I thought I'd actually created a little banner type thing to look into that. I do think that I think it's actually destabilizing if Celtic don't have a new manager in place for around that time. It's actually, I think it's unsettling. It's destabilizing. As I say, I have got a theory that Celtic do have somebody lined up to come in on June the 1st when his contract ends at whatever club he's currently managing at, or Celtic have negotiated a severance package for Keane with Ferencváros, Bellamy with the FA of Wales, or Askew in terms of Motherwell. I think Stevie Clark and Roberto Martinez, I think their contract with Portugal and with Scotland respectively, usually those kind of things come to an end when the World Cup or the European Nations tournament's over. So I think they'll be out of contract anyway at the end of the World Cup, whenever that is for the two countries. Obviously, Askew, Bellamy, and Keane, they're on the contract. Kieran McKenna, Ipswich, if he's another option. I do think it's actually quite an unsettling thing. As Celtic have got an uncertainty about who's going to be the manager past June the 1st, at the end of this season, start of next season. I do think whoever is going to be Celtic's manager from June the 1st, they've got a difficult job to patch Celtic back together. I think there's going to be a lot of players leaving the club. I think there's going to be a lot of players coming into the club. And that's another point I was going to raise, is I think whoever Celtic choose, there's going to be a large number of Celtic fans who aren't going to be happy with the person. I was just wondering if there's any manager out there where we could get 90% of the Celtic fans to say, "Yep, great, we've got him as the manager. I can rally around him. I can support him." I think there are some people who are dead set against Robbie Keane. I think there are some people who are dead set against Craig Bellamy. Craig Bellamy's got no real experience in club football. That's a major factor. Askew, yep, he's done super at Motherwell this season. However, the only trophies that he's ever won as a manager have been in the Faroe Islands, so he's never won at a high level. That's a really good point of view, and that's a really good point of view. I think actually, as you often do, you've actually answered the question. Now, the only thing with Postecoglou, and I would be delighted if Postecoglou came to be back to be Celtic's manager. I'm not actually a big fan of people coming back to the club if they've gone away. However, Postecoglou would be fine. I don't see Postecoglou as agreeing to come back to Celtic. Now, some people might say that Postecoglou did a sort of the same sort of thing that Rodgers did first time around, i.e. left us in the lurch. Although, to be fair, Postecoglou left at the end of the season rather than partway through the season. So Postecoglou might be one candidate where you could get more than a majority of Celtic fans to be happy if he came back to the job. When Brendan Rodgers came back to the job second time around, I wasn't a massive fan of him coming back because I don't think it tends to work terribly well. Players coming back to a club for a second go, or managers coming back to a club for a second go. It's a bit like second marriages, or leaving a company that you work for, going away, working for a rival company, and coming back to your company. Doesn't always tend to work out very well. Strange dynamics. People that you were much below you before are now in a different role. It's really quite complicated. Yes, so I think the thing is, no matter what names we put forward to be manager, for virtually everybody that's been put forward, there are things that would suggest that they're maybe not the best candidate. If we think about, let's say, Kjetil Knutsen, who's coming from if he came from Bodø Glimt, you could say, well, he's only ever managed in Norwegian football. He knows nothing about Scottish football. We're talking about Martinez. He at least does have knowledge of Scottish football, close links with Sean Maloney at Celtic. He's been a successful international manager with Belgium and Portugal. He had a wee bit of success as a club manager with Wigan and with Everton. Bellamy, as I said, he's got club foot. He's never managed a club side before. He's had relative success as a Wales manager. Stevie Clarke, he's coached at the highest level in the English Premier League, Liverpool, Chelsea, Newcastle, etc. He was an okay manager for Kilmarnock. He's been a pretty good manager for Scotland. He's the most successful Scotland manager for a very, very long time. However, I think there would be a lot of qualms about Stevie Clarke's style of football, not really being Celtic style of football. So I think no matter who you choose, there's going to be swings and roundabouts. A lot of people dislike Robbie Keane because of the politics of the situation. I think also with Robbie Keane, I think Robbie Keane would see coming to Celtic as a stepping stone to the English Premier League, rather than committing himself to being at Celtic in the longer term. I think Celtic could really do with a manager who would commit to Celtic for 5 years, not a manager who's going to be at the club for a couple of years, because we've kind of got into the habit of having a manager for 2 years. We had Dyla for a couple of years, we had Rodgers for 2 and a bit years, we had Lennon for 2 and a bit years. We then had Postecoglou for 2 years, we had Rodgers for 2 and a wee bit of years. We've had 3 different managers this season. It would just be great if we could have a manager who comes in this June 2026, and it's still the same manager 5 years' time, because I do think it does help with squad continuity of scouting, recruitment, tactics, formations, which is where Kjetil Knutsen at Bodø Glimt's been so proficient, is that he's been there for 8 years. So everything works very well at Bodø Glimt because everybody knows their role. Everybody's developed under Knutsen. Players who were playing in the academy learned how to play the Knutsen system, so they come straight into the first team and bedded in very, very quickly, which is kind of like what we had in the Jock Stein years in the 60s and into the 70s. We had him for a long, long time as a manager. which then allowed a conveyor belt of young players to come into the side who were already Davy Moyes would be an interesting one. He's obviously had relative success in various different clubs in England. When he was tried at the highest level with Man United, that kind of fell apart. He's been a more than decent manager in English Premier League. He's got a lot of experience. He obviously was a Celtic player in his younger days. He knows Scottish football. He clearly is a coach that can get people playing together. He's at previous clubs come in when they've been in a crisis and turned them around quite quickly. So yes, I agree. If Knutson was to come to Scotland, which I don't see happening in a million years, I think Knutson's happy to stay in Norwegian football. Their league, I'm pretty sure, will be starting up fairly soon. They run a sort of springtime to autumn time because of the weather in Norway. So I think he's probably getting into preparation. Yeah, Alfie Cup, sorry. I'm pretty sure. I thought that the manager of Bruges, whose name has escaped my head, I thought he'd moved to another team in Belgium already. Nicky Hayen or something. I thought the guy from Bruges had already moved on to another team. Yes, yeah. Yeah. As Smotherglove was saying, Nicky Hayen's he's now managing Genk, so I don't think he's a possibility. So I think so. My understanding with Peter Lawwell is that his role with this European Club Association thing has changed from him being on a board on a committee or a board where he had to be attached to a club. I think his role with that thing has been changed. So I think the role that he had before, he had to be involved with the club. But I think the new role that they've created for him is one where he doesn't have to be attached to any club, mostly because they found him very, very useful for negotiating with UEFA and with TV companies and FIFA and all kinds of things. So I think his role with the European football thing, it doesn't have to require him being on any kind of football club. And certainly all the indications is he's completely off all kinds of different boards and stuff in terms of Celtics. He's got no connection to Celtic anymore. He's been completely removed off all the paperwork and all the committees and stuff in terms of Celtic as a football club relating to the stock exchange. My understanding is that Lawwell has got a different role in terms of Europe, and there's no indication he's ever coming back to Celtic. It would certainly be great if Lawwell could do something in terms of the financial crisis that Scotland, Europe, Scotland, UK, Europe, the world's currently in terms of all the chaos in the Middle East, the chaos all over the world. Well, it depends on your point of view. Depends on what you're looking in terms of a person who was the chief executive, who then became the chairman. He was the chief executive and then the chairman throughout a time where Celtic became very, very, very dominant in Scottish football. Created a very, very big bank balance, which does give Celtic a lot of financial security that no other team in Scotland's got. It does actually mean that Celtic's got money in the bank for having a rainy day, and this season has been a rainy day because we didn't get into the Champions League. So unlike many other teams who only can survive if they're in the Champions League, Celtic at least did have money to fall back on to continue to pay their players more than any other team in Scotland by far. Our budget is £5 or £6 million a year more than it is at Rangers, and obviously 20 million, 30 million more than it is at Hearts and Hibs and Aberdeen and stuff. So anyway, so one could say in terms of financial management and success in domestic football, Lawwell was part of Celtic for most of Celtic's best years over the last 15 years or so. But not a terribly popular man, maybe not the best man in terms of public relations and getting on with people, etc. Anyway. Yep, Eddie, see that that's my kind of feeling about Callum Osmond as well. He did come from a very, very good season with Fulham in the English Premier League under-21 league. He scored an absolute bundle of goals for Fulham. Fulham were very, very keen to keep him at Fulham and play him in the English Premier League. However, Brendan Rodgers, Celtic, whomever someone at Celtic, convinced him to come to Celtic, which is why I was quite surprised that after an okay pre-season, Brendan Rodgers completely froze out Callum Osmond. It wasn't really until Martin O'Neill came in and we had one or two injuries up front that Osmond got his goal. I think Osmond is a way better player all around than Johnny Kenny. He's still only about 19, 20 years old, so he's still got time to improve. I think probably just needs to get a bit more experience, but maybe also get a bit tougher as well, a bit more injury resistant. But I think he's got lots of skills, two-footed, lots and lots of pace, good instincts to get himself into good positions in the box. I think he's a sort of Kyogo style of player. I'm not saying he's going to turn into another Kyogo, but I think he's got a lot of really good talents to get there. So I think Callum Osmond next season, if whoever the new manager is gives him a go, I think he could turn into being a really good player for Celtic coming off the bench. And then the season after that, maybe being one of Celtic's two main strikers. I think next season he's probably the number 3A, 3B striker. So I do think, as we've kind of proven this season, we need to have a bit more depth in terms of the striker position. I think we also need to have the flexibility to at times go to two up front, which all our managers have been very, very reluctant to do. Rodgers never really did it in his first spell. Lennon never really did it in his second spell. Rodgers didn't do it in his second spell. Postecoglou didn't really play two up front very often. Rodgers occasionally in his second spell did play two up front, but always seemed very, very reluctant to play Kyogo and Ida or Kyogo and Giacomakis or whomever. Oh, sorry, that would be Postecoglou. But the main point I'm trying to make is no Celtic manager for a long time, since maybe actually O'Neill first time around, has been a manager who likes playing two up front. So ADC, I think had Osmond kept fit for us, I think he would have played the games that Johnny Kenny played and scored the goals that Johnny Kenny didn't score for us in that spell. And we've had this debate before. There are lots and lots of folk who are not fans of Chavan Chara. He's not been impressive for Celtic. However, I admired him for having the guts to come up and take that fourth penalty against Rangers. There weren't terribly many other volunteers to take that penalty kick. And then against Motherwell, he stepped up, he took the penalty, he scored it. As I said, he's not scored an awful lot of goals for Celtic. I think it's just 2 for Celtic. However, he has been part of a lot of goals for Celtic, and part of goals against Kilmarnock, the second and third goals. He scored the second against Motherwell, and then he helped Yang score the third, helped Yang score the second goal against Hearts. He was an instrumental factor in scoring the first goal against Dundee at the weekend. So totally accept he's not scored as many goals as I would have wanted, but he has had quite a number of good contributions playing for Celtic up front, where other people have scored the goals. And with some players, it's not so much the goals that they score if they're helping other people score goals. Chris Sutton scored a fair number of goals for Celtic, but obviously a lot of Chris Sutton's play helped Henrik Larsson score a heck of a lot of goals. And similarly, when Sutton and Shearer were at Blackburn, part of Sutton's role was also to help Shearer score more and more goals. You think about Toshak and Keegan or Dalglish and Rush at Liverpool. Sometimes you have 2 strikers up front and one of them helps the other score more and more goals and doesn't score quite so many themselves. Anyway. Well, As we were saying a wee bit earlier in the live stream, Yang is currently Celtic's second top goal scorer. He got his 9th goal of the season against Dundee on Sunday, so he scored a goal. He swapped from right-hand side to left-hand side late in the game, and after he swapped from right to left, Celtic did actually get a lot more progress up and down the left wing. I think Yang is a player who tries very, very hard. I think he's got better and better every season. He's not really probably got as much better as one would have hoped over his 3 seasons at Celtic. However, he is, as I said, second top scorer at Celtic, which maybe says everything about this season. But Nygren scored 19 goals approximately. Yang has now scored 9 goals. Yang scored 2 goals against Motherwell a couple of games before the game before the Dundee United match. So he has actually scored some pretty vital goals for Celtic. 2 of the 3 that beat Motherwell. He scored the first of the 2 that beat Dundee last weekend. And he has chipped in 9 goals all season. And he's probably one of the very few players who coped well with the Wilfred Nancy system. I think he coped well with the system. I think Kieran Tierney coped generally well with the system. I don't think many other players coped well with the Wilfred Nancy system. But Yang developed new strings to his bow. Tierney, I think, adapted to play left wing back, left centre back really pretty well. Well, I can see where you're coming from, but he is Celtic's second top goal scorer. So it's a bit like people saying we shouldn't. They don't want Nygren on the side, but then Nygren is our top goal scorer. So the current ranking is Nygren's on 19, Yang's on 9, and Maeda's on 8. Then I think it's Rio Hatati's on 6. Then you've got Kieran Tierney's on 5. We've not actually got an awful lot of goal scorers this season. Possibly, it certainly is possible to be performing better. And as I said, there are so many of Celtic's players who are better players than Yang, who have not played well this season. I think Maeda has been a shadow of his former self. I think McGregor's been a shadow of his former self. I don't think McGregor's played at all well. Hatati's not played at all well. Schmeichel's another player who hasn't played well for Celtic. Now that partly was he's had a chronic injury that he was carrying on with, and again, I blame the management, I blame the physios, I blame the doctors more than I actually blame Kasper Schmeichel for playing through that injury. Because none of the 3 managers had to play Kasper Schmeichel, especially because we had a perfectly good backup in Viljami Sinisalo. Well, all I would say, Clashman Numpty, is you and I have got different memories of, if we're talking about the Dundee game, we've got different memories of the Dundee game. It was Chavan Chara's shot that was saved that allowed Yang to score the goal. There was a really good flick on by Chara that had Oxlade-Chamberlain through 1-on-1 on the goal until Oxlade-Chamberlain didn't control the ball well. 3 or 4 times Chara took the ball, switched it out to the wide to Maeda, a couple of times to Donovan and Yang on the right. Then Chara was 1-on-1 himself. He won the ball in midfield. He then got towards the box. He hit a curling shot that got blown across the goal by the wind, and then he got himself onto a flick off in the second half, around about the 48th minute. So that sounds like a lot of things that he did in the game. A shot on goal that led to the first goal. He created a chance that Oxlade-Chamberlain probably should have been at least getting through on the goal. He twice got himself through shots on goal. Several times he linked up to get the ball wide. So I think he did a lot more in his 60 minutes than Iheanacho had done in his 60 minutes the game before against Dundee United, across the road from the Dundee game at Dundee United a couple of weeks before. So each to their own, though. I think that Chara is not everybody's cup of tea, and I think he's a player that a lot of fans have taken against, which happens to players all around the world. Some people like him, some people dislike him. I was always a big fan of Luis Palma's, but very few people liked Luis Palma. And again, I'm not convinced that Celtic were playing Luis Palma in his best position, as has been kind of proven by how successful he's been. Clash by Numpty, it's been one of the absolute joys of having you as part of the channel for the last 2.5 years, is that we can agree to disagree about things. I think you're a very, very intelligent, analytical, insightful football fan. You've got some brilliant ideas, but we don't always see the same things, and which is, again, is just down to what I see, what you see, what you feel what's more important, what I feel is more important. That's the joy of football. It's the joy of two people seeing the same game. Yes, and that's kind of where he now plays for Lech Poznan in Poland. It's where he now plays for Honduras, and he's since he's swapped positions in Polish football to be being a number 10, he's come on an awful lot in terms of his quality. After all, in his first season with Celtic, he was the third top scorer and the third top for assists. So he did actually have a really decent first season. Then second season, he really struggled. Got himself injured a couple of times, struggled with traveling back and forward to Central America for World Cup qualifiers and friendlies and stuff. He then also lost several members of his family, all within a few months of each other. I think he also struggled to settle down in Scotland to do with language and culture and lack of friends and lack of family. And as I said, he did lose 3 or 4 members of his close family over the course of a few months, grandparents, parents, etc. So I think he's had a new start in Polish football. I would be very surprised if he got a second chance at Celtic. I'd be very surprised if any of the players who are out on loan at the moment, Nawrocki, Welsh, or Palma, be very surprised if any of them got a second chance at Celtic, although maybe the new manager sees a role for them. I certainly hope all 3 of them get a chance to re-establish themselves at Celtic. I think Welsh, as he's proven at Motherwell, is a more than decent player, a good player, one could even say, at the Scottish Premiership level. I'm not convinced that Welsh has that quality to step up to being a European quality player. However, in terms of a player to play in the Scottish Premiership, the Scottish Cup, the Scottish League Cup, I think he's a fine player. He obviously qualifies for the UEFA quotient in terms of being a Celtic trained player, being a Scottish trained player, which is always very useful. Where one would put Nawrocki in terms of Celtic's current centre-backs, when Welsh comes back, we'll have Welsh, we'll have Murray, we'll have Trusty, we'll have Carter Vickers, we'll have Scales. So that's 5. So quite where Nawrocki fits into that setup, I'm not very sure. I don't think you can probably have all those overseas players all part of the squads. I think you have to have 1 or 2 Scottish players within that squad. So maybe Murray and Welsh get a wee bit of a step up to back up Trusty, Carter Vickers and Scales. And hopefully over the summer we actually get a better centre half or 2 to replace them. I'm not convinced that Carter Vickers, with all his fitness problems, is going to be able to come back to be a reliable player for us. He's probably missed as much football as he's played since he became a permanent Celtic signing. And I think for Palma to fit into Celtic's system, he probably would have to play the Benjamin Nygren role. And at the moment, we've got Benjamin Nygren in that role. So, however, I'm all for all 3 of them getting a second chance. I like all 3 players. So I think of the players that Celtic have currently got, I would like to see Sirachi come back next season. I would like to see Arojo come back next season. I don't see Iheanacho. I don't see Oxlade-Chamberlain. I don't see Chavanchara, Mvuka, Adamu back at Celtic. Wouldn't I be okay if Benjamin Arthur came back to Celtic on a season-long loan? I don't see him coming back to Celtic under any other circumstance. I think he's been more than decent. I like his height. I think he's got plenty of things to learn. I think he's not the best passer, which is a bit of a problem if he's ever in the same side as Liam Scales. Interestingly, just on the topic of Bodo Glimt, which is where Mvuka came from, reportedly Bodo Glimt are very, very keen to sign Mvuka for next season, or this season, so the Norwegian season is starting up quite soon. But so apparently, if Celtic don't sign Mvuka from Orient in France, Bodo Glimt have lined up to bring Mvuka back to their club, where of course he was a big success prior to his transfer to French football. So, however, Mvuka has been massively disappointing. He seems to be a player with absolutely no confidence. He was kind of thrown in the deep end with a couple of games against Rangers, the cup game against Rangers. And he played the Dundee Cup match before that. He doesn't look like a player with any confidence, and one could maybe even so. It doesn't. What was it? He doesn't. It looks like a player with no real confidence, and I think his confidence got absolutely thumped playing in French football. Again, completely out of position, not the position he'd ever played before. They switched him to playing a wing back, which he'd never done before, and he really struggled in that role. And I think that's part of the reason why he's not fitted in. So Pat McLaughlin, I wouldn't be too fussed about bringing. I would be okay if Celtic brought Benjamin Arthur back. It would kind of cut down on the chances of Dane Murray or Stephen Welsh getting a regular game or regular bench appearance if Arthur did come back to Celtic. He's obviously a very young player. He's a very high potential player. He's been in and around various different age group level teams for England internationally in the past. I don't think Brentford would be looking to sell him on. I think they wanted him to get first team experience at Celtic that he wasn't getting at Brentford. I think they're kind of grooming him to be one of their star players in the next season or two, which of course might free up Christopher Ayer, who's at Brentford, to come back to Celtic. Yep. Oh no. Yep. Yes, Strangelove the Doctor. Yes. So that's again, whether that's a true story or not, I don't know. Certainly read that Bodo Glimt and Schittl Knutsen and Bodo Glimt, who are making preparations for the Norwegian season that'll be starting soon, are looking at bringing Mvuka back to their club, and assuming that Knutsen plays him in the same sort of position that he used to play him in when he did become a highly wanted, highly fancied player prior to going to France. Anyway, of all the players Celtic have got on loan at the moment, the only two that I think Celtic will try to keep or want to keep are Arojo and Sirachi. I think all the other ones will be moving on. I don't see Kelechi Iheanacho. I think Kelechi Iheanacho probably will end up leaving. Well, he will be a free agent at the end of May. I can easily see him going to a team in the English Championship, for example. Oh dear. Anyway. Clash by Numpty, you can have your debate with Strangelove the Doctor. He thinks that Mvuka will slot perfectly back in at Bodo Glimt. You don't. Again, the problem is, other than watching Mvuka on videos and YouTube and internet and stuff, I'd never seen Mvuka playing football before. He was lined up to come to Celtic. Then I watched all these highlight reels and stuff and highlights games for Lorient and Bodo Glimt, etc. So, which is why I've got maybe a different opinion to you about Thomas Chavanchara, because I watched a lot of his games from a couple of years ago rather than watching specifically how he's been playing for Celtic. Anyway, each to their own. And many, as I say, the fact that a lot of Celtic fans seem reluctant to have Benjamin Nygren in the side does suggest, again, it's horses for courses. It's different people have different sorts of players that they like or dislike, and there are plenty of people in real life that one takes an instant dislike to. I think it's much the same with footballers. I think a lot of footballers, the first couple of games you see them playing, you get a first impression. It's quite difficult to break that first impression. And I thought Chavanchara started off pretty well against Hearts. Had a header that hit the bar, nearly scored. He then ran half the length of the pitch to set up Yang for the goal. I thought he actually was doing a pretty good job for Celtic, and then Martin O'Neill took him off with about 30 minutes to go. And I think actually Celtic were poorer in the Hearts game that ended up 2-2, partly because we got a player sent off, but I think also I thought that Chavanchara was doing a decent job in that first game. And then he kind of fell down. Really good question, Classman Numpty. And as I've tried to say in this live stream and tried to say in the videos I did, I think Celtic can win these 6 games. I think of the 3 teams who are in contention going into the last 6 games of the season. I think Celtic have got the team, a bunch of players with the experience of coming through a difficult end to the season. So the 23-24 team, of which we've still got a lot of players who were involved in that 23-24 team. That title was won in the second last game of the season, the 5-0 away at Kilmarnock. We were in when we lost to Hearts 2-0, which I think was in the March. We then went on this unbeaten run of with 1 draw and no defeats for the rest of the season. We won through to the cup final. We won all the games apart from the 3-3 draw with Rangers in the league. We had an important 2-1 win against Dundee. We had several close wins that kept us a few points ahead or within touching distance of Rangers. And I think personally that Celtic, of the 3 teams still in contention, have the best chance of winning the title, mostly because we've got 4 home games in our last 6. Rangers have got 2 home games in their last 6. Hearts have got 3 homes and 3 aways in their last 6. However, they've got 2 games against Motherwell. Rangers have got 2 games against Falkirk. We've got a theoretically easier game as our game 6, the game against St Mirren at the weekend, although the way that we've played against them this season, we've had a struggle to beat them 1-0, another struggle to beat them 1-0, and then, of course, lost the cup final 3-1. So on paper, it's an easier game, but it's not been that way for Celtic all season. So to answer your question, yes, I think Celtic, of the three teams who are in contention, I think Celtic's got the best chance of winning 6 out of 6. I think Hearts and Rangers will drop points in their other games, and I think Celtic have the capacity, if they play near their best form, of beating Rangers, and if they play near their best form, they'll beat Hearts. They don't have to get right to their best form, but near their best form, maybe 75-80% of what Celtic's form's like. That's slightly caveated by the fact that we're going to have Ralston probably at right back for most of that time, which does make Celtic a wee bit more fragile down that side. Clash my numpty. I think we can agree on that one. I think James Forrest these days can give Celtic a good 20 minutes, as was the case in the Rangers game, where his cross got us the penalty kick to get back to 2-2. His cross got the goal for Nygren away from home against Aberdeen. I didn't think he was that good in the Dundee game last Sunday. I thought Yang actually swapping to the left side gave us more down that side, although that might have been the fact that Sirachi and Yang were sort of twosome down that side, and Forrest didn't really have anyone backing him up from the right back position in that game. So I do think there is a bit of a caveat for me, because I think our right back position, which I thought was going to be strong because I was pretty sure Johnson was coming back, and at that point Donovan was still fit, but it does look like we're down to our 4th choice right back, which is a difficulty unless we play somebody out of position in that right back position. Well, you did ask me if I thought Celtic can win the next 6 games, and I do think Celtic can win the next 6 games, but I do agree it's one game at a time. You're entirely 100% right, because if Hearts beat Motherwell, Rangers beat Falkirk, Celtic lose to St Mirren, suddenly all those permutations, all those dynamics go out the window. So everything is consequent on Celtic winning on Saturday. If Celtic win on Saturday and Hearts win or draw on Saturday, that puts more pressure on Rangers the next day against Falkirk. I think the Pat McLaughlin Rangers this season have drawn a lot more games than either Celtic or Hearts have done. They've not actually lost that many games, but they've actually had a much higher percentage of draws over the course of the season. As I said, Clashman Nutty, I agree with you. I think James Forrest can give us a good 20 minutes at the end of the game. And sometimes, as was the case in the Rangers League match and the Aberdeen League match, that good bit of quality is enough to get us a win or get us a draw. It got us a draw in the Rangers match. His cross was the one that got handled for the penalty kick. It was his cross that Nygren converted against Aberdeen. I'm all for having Iheanacho and Forrest coming on for the last 20-30 minutes. I don't think either of them have got the fitness, the endurance, the pace, etc. these days to do any more than 20 or 30 minutes. However, other people think differently. And we are, because after all, Yang got himself into a very good position following in Chavan Chara's shot. That's why he and Nygren were both there to score the goal. And actually, if you think about it, it was Yang very cleverly knocked the ball over the top of McCracken, the goalkeeper, to take the goalkeeper out of the play, which then allowed him and Nygren to kick the ball into the net. So, Yang has lots of faults. However, 9 goals, and it was his clever play that allowed Celtic to score that first goal, following in the save from McCracken. I think, Strangelove the Doctor, I think you're entirely right, and I'm pretty sure that's what Martin Neal is saying to the players, or has been saying to the players this week, will be saying to the players tomorrow, will be saying to the players on Saturday morning at any kind of training talk that they do prior to the game at 3 o'clock. I'm sure that's what he'll be saying, along with Maloney in the dressing room before they play the game at 3 o'clock on Saturday, is one game at a time. Let's not look too far ahead. Let's plan for winning this game against St Mirren. Then we can plan to win another game against St Mirren. We can then catch our breath and then plan how we're going to beat Falkirk. Then how we're going to beat Hibs away from home. Then how we're going to beat Rangers in the Glasgow Derby the following Sunday. Then how we're going to go then to Motherwell. Difficult place to go to on a Wednesday evening, 8 o'clock kickoff. And then get through all those games one at a time. Then we'll see where we are going into the last game of the season against Hearts. We could be ahead, we could be behind. Hopefully, the worst that we are going into that last game against Hearts is 3 points behind and having to win the last game of the season by a couple of goals. Because when it comes to the last game of the season against Hearts, obviously, every goal that's scored in essence counts double, because it'll be taking 1 goal away from Hearts' goal difference and giving Celtic 1 goal more to their goal difference. So in essence, the last game of the season, if Celtic have to go into that last game of the season knowing that a 2-0 win wins in the league on goal difference, I would be willing to accept that. But as Strangelove the Doctor saying, it's one game at a time. Yes, I think Eddie C, that's a good. But I think Yang's been, ever since Wilfred Nancy came in December. I think Yang's been a more than decent player for Celtic. He's scored a good number of goals for Celtic this season. He's got plenty of faults. He struggles with his final ball, but then so does Dyson Maida. He struggles at times to beat players by trickery and dribbling, etc. He tends to cut in rather a lot. He tends to knock the ball back. One of the difficulties also is sometimes players look maybe players are doing what the manager wants them to do. So clearly under Wilfred Nancy, he had a system. Some players look really like fish out of water in the Wilfred Nancy system. Didn't make them bad players. It just mean they couldn't play well in the Wilfred Nancy system. Same way, sometimes players are told to play in a way that's difficult for them to play. And so sometimes players are not playing in their best role, their best position. Maeda doesn't like playing centrally or out on the right. He likes playing on the left. Last season, he was able to adapt and play centrally very, very well. This season, he's not really played at all well centrally. He didn't play at all well when he was swapped out to the right. He's had the odd decent game playing on the left. There's an argument to say that Yang is better on the left than he is on the right. Had Jota fit, he also tends to prefer to play down the left. Chinyeki prefers to play down the left. We have rather a lot of wide left players and not so many wide right players. But as I do the giving away of fouls is also a very good point, because several of the teams that Celtic will have to beat over the last 6 games of the season, St Mirren twice, we'll have them twice. We'll have where was it? We'll have Motherwell. They like pumping the ball into the box. Hearts very, very, very much like pumping the ball into the box. Rangers actually are quite a team that also likes getting the ball into the box, corners, free kicks, long throws, etc. We've not got we're not the best team in terms of matching up for tall players in defence. To the best of my knowledge, Engels should be fit to play on Saturday. One would guess that he'll start on the bench and come on in the second half. Question is then whether O'Neill goes with either Oxlade-Chamberlain or Hatate as the starter beside McGregor. I was fully expecting Engels to be part of the matchday squad for the Dundee match. That didn't come to fruition. He looked last week in training. I haven't seen any training footage for this week, but last week in training, he looked like he was 100% fit. So maybe what they were doing last week was organising some bounce friendly matches just to get him fully back into playing football. So the last I heard about Callum Osmond was they were hoping to get him back for the last 2 or 3 games of the season, i.e. the last game or 2 of the split plus the cup final, assuming that we get to the cup final. And that's kind of like what they were speculating for Arojo as well. The original plan was that Alan St Johnson was going to be coming back for the either the St Mirren Cup semi-final or the week after that. So the Falkirk game, the first of the 5 split fixtures. But it looks like he's kind of fallen another 2 weeks behind that schedule. So probably we're looking at Johnson maybe coming back for the 2nd or 3rd game of the split, and Osmond and Arojo coming back for the 4th or 5th of the split plus the cup final. I think if we're talking about Callum Osmond, I think Callum Osmond, I think I said a wee bit earlier on, I think under O'Neill, he probably, had he not got injured against Midtjylland, I think he would have been the one who got the striker role in place of Johnny Kenny. Johnny Kenny, in essence, was the only fit striker we had at that point. which again is a kind of a damning indictment of everybody at Celtic. The difficulty with Alistair Johnston is that I haven't seen anything definitive other than saying that when he was away doing light training with Canada, he had a setback. That's all that's really been said. That's all O'Neill said in his couple of interviews. Is Alistair Johnston's had a setback? So maybe he hasn't been fully assessed yet by Celtic's physios and doctors and sports scientists and stuff. So maybe they're still assessing where that is. I did see somebody speculating that Johnston would be out for a couple of weeks more than first thought. So let's see. He was supposed to be coming back the St Mirren match or the Falkirk match, which might mean that if he is 2 weeks behind schedule, that he's coming back for the Rangers match, the Hibs match, or the Rangers match maybe. But hopefully, as I said, tomorrow in the press conference, the journalists will actually get O'Neill to give a straight answer to a straight question, which would be, when is Donovan expected back? When's Arojo expected back? When is Johnston expected back? When's Osmond expected back? We know that Carter Vickers isn't back till next season. We know that Jota's not back to next season. Certainly in the interview for Canadian television, Johnston was more talking about getting himself fit for the Canadian World Cup squad. But then there's only a few weeks between the end of our season and the World Cup preparation for Canada and so on. So he's not actually got, if he's not fit to play for Celtic in the last 2 or 3 games of the season, he might well struggle to get into the Canadian squad, because he won't have played football for 6 months, 8 months, whatever the case may be. So he probably he needs to get back into playing football for Celtic before he can get back into the Canadian side to get to play for them in the World Cup. But no, we've got no idea. I think sometimes Martin O'Neill is quite difficult to work out quite what he's saying. I think he tries to be a bit, sort of make jokes, be a bit sarcastic, ironic, etc. Sometimes I don't think his humour completely lands. My feeling is that if Celtic had wanted to dig their heels in and not let Johnston go to Canada, to the Canadian get together, he wouldn't have been allowed to go. And as I say, the training he was doing with Canada was no more than it had been what he was going to be doing with Celtic. So lots of running about and a little bit of light ball work, but no contact, no tackling, no actually playing games, etc. So playing with the ball, running about, sprints, shuttles, etc., but no actually playing any form of contact football. So, and it sounds like he tweaked his hamstring whilst doing some running about training with a Canadian squad. And so there's every possibility, had he been running about on the grass at Lennoxtown, that he would have tweaked his hamstring again. But we'll never know, because he did go to Canada and tweaked his hamstring doing some running about training with the Canadian squad. So yes, I would absolutely love if Celtic could find somebody from some league or other. I see the snag is, I don't think Celtic, as things stand in terms of the prestige of Scottish football, the fact that we're going to be in Champions League qualifiers, I think it makes it really difficult for Celtic to attract anybody from any of the bigger European leagues. I think it makes it very difficult for Celtic to attract anybody from English football who's any good. So I think we're looking probably at getting talented players from Japan, Scandinavia, Eastern Europe, Canada, America, Mexico, etc. So players that we may not have actually heard of that much. And then obviously very few of us knew of Kyogo before Ange Postecoglou signed him. That obviously worked out really, really well. In the olden days, we signed some players from lower division English football, people like Gary Hooper, scored an absolute ton of goals for Celtic. Lee Griffiths, obviously we got him. He was a Hibs player, went down to play for went to play for Wolves, came back, he scored an absolute bundle of goals for Celtic. And yeah, I think the other difficulty that Celtic's going to have is that if the player's any good, there are going to be other clubs in other leagues who got more prestige than Celtic who are going to be wanting to sign these players as well. So we think about a couple of seasons ago, we were in the market supposedly for Kiesgarden from Brøndby. We were in the market for Van Hooijdonk, the son Van Hooijdonk, Sidney Van Hooijdonk. We were in the market for David Strelic from the Czech Republic. All those players ended up going to English Championship teams one way or another. They've not actually had terribly successful times with all those different teams, Norwich and Middlesbrough. Or players choose to go and play for the lower half teams in English Premiership, the lower half teams in Serie A, Ligue 1, etc., etc. So I think our difficulty is if a player is anywhere decent, there are probably going to be plenty of teams in bigger leagues, richer leagues, more prestigious leagues who want that player as well. So I think we have to be very clever with our scouting and recruitment and find hidden gems who turn into be top quality players. Yes, I'm sure your assessment of the player is completely fine. I'm just saying that with the way things have been over recent seasons, it appears Celtic have struggled to attract players to come to Celtic. All I can really say is it appears we have struggled to attract real quality players. Now I think Benjamin Nygren was one of these hidden gems. He was playing in Scandinavian football. He had a pretty decent reputation in Scandinavian football. The club he was playing for, he was into his last year of his contract, so they were looking to sell him. That's the sort of player maybe that Celtic can more easily sign. Because of the lower transfer fee, it meant we could maybe offer Benjamin Nygren a bigger weekly basic salary than he might have got at sort of comparable clubs. Sorry, strangely enough, I am not casting any aspersions on your ability. Something that's a wee bit difficult for me to vocalize what I'm thinking, especially because I've been talking for 3 hours and 44 minutes. I can't always think 100% clearly and pick the perfect phrase to use. As I said, your analysis of players has been very good in the past. I'm sure it still is very good. Same way that Clashman Numpty, very good analyst. Not blaming him, but he was the first person to put forward Wilfred Nancy as a potential Celtic manager. it's quite interesting that he doesn't seem to have been taken on by anybody new. It may be that simply Nancy's decided to take 6 months out of being a football manager and he's got a job lined up for the summer in France. I think that's probably the most likely thing for him. Yes, I think there are lots of good players out there. I think what I was trying to get across was that maybe whoever we sign this summer to be our number one striker, it may be a name that we don't recognise, or it may be from a league that's a smaller, lower market league. Not that means they're not going to be of quality. As I said, there's a lot of quality footballers playing in the Major League Soccer. I think there's a lot of quality players playing in Japan. The difficulty about signing players from Japan is it's quite a change of culture, moving from Japanese football, Japanese life to Scotland, language barrier, etc. However, moving a player from Canadian football or American Major League Soccer, much less of a culture shock. Obviously, same language, etc. So it is a wee bit of a surprise for me that we've not signed more players from the American Major League Soccer. In that we got Alistair Johnston from Major League Soccer, Montreal, and he has been a big success for us. And it does surprise me that our relative success with him as a signing, that Celtic didn't carry on looking at those players coming from Canada, America, Mexico, the Central American leagues, etc. Yes, so basically, yes, you're quite right. So Japan's playing their season back to back, so that they are more in sync with the rest of the world. America's still, their soccer season still a bit back to front, and where was I? Sorry. Yes, and reportedly, and again, it's Japanese football. I haven't actually seen anything in real depth, but apparently Hayato Inamura's having a good season in this back-to-back Japanese system that they're doing. I'm glad all is good, Sligo boy. I'm aware that I haven't been maybe putting up your comments as much as I often do. So there's no slight on yourself. I don't have any favourites. I'm an equal opportunity type of person in terms of putting comments up. Always much appreciated. Hello to you. Hail to you, Wayne Jennings, new name on the live stream. We are coming towards the end of the live stream, I'm afraid. We are nearing 1 o'clock in the morning, which tends to be the cutoff point for the live streams. It's been a really interesting discussion. We've talked about lots and lots of different things. We've shared lots and lots of opinions. We've agreed about some things, disagreed about some other things. It's not actually a channel I've really ever watched. I don't actually tend to watch terribly many of the other Celtic YouTube channels, the Celtic things. As I may have said before, I do actually watch fairly frequently the Celts Are Here live stream. I find him interesting to Quinny, find the guy Quinny interesting to listen to. I like the way he analyzes football games. I like his technology. Thank you very much, Wayne Jennings. That's a very nice compliment from you. Thank you very much for that. Always cheers me up when people are positive about me or the channel. Thank you very much. I'm not fishing for compliments, but it's nice to get compliments, nice to get positive feedback. But as always, smell the golf. Coming back to your point, I'm at equal opportunities. Anybody, as long as people are polite, respectful, and try and keep their language fairly family friendly, and that it's on top of with what we're talking. Very happy to have everybody's comments up. Unlike some other channels who have favourites, or other channels who only put up your comment if you pay money for it, that is definitely not my rationale. Definitely not my way of doing things. I do this for fun. I do this to have some company. I do this for having people who listen to what I say at least. And lots of people don't agree with me. Lots of people disagree with me, but it tends to be nice, polite, friendly discussion. Oh well, I think unfortunately, I know you're I think as from memory, you're a bit younger than myself. I'm will be 59 next birthday. It comes, unfortunately, old age comes to us all. It's nice that you spend some time with me and time with the other Celtic fans on a Thursday evening. But so yes, so just to finish off the last 5-10 minutes. So we are obviously playing St Mirren on playing St Mirren this Saturday. Then we're playing St Mirren in this cup semi-final the following weekend. Any predictions for the score this Saturday in the final in this league game against St Mirren? Are we confident we're going to win? Are we confident we're going to win both the league game against St Mirren this weekend and then the cup semi-final the weekend after? So any sort of prediction for the score this Saturday? Right. Well, it's certainly 5-0 to Celtic, 2-0 to Motherwell. That would put Celtic top of the table. 492 to 1 certainly is the kind of odds. If you put, obviously, you put a pound on that, it'd be a heck of a lot of money. Even if you put 10p on that, it'd still be a pretty decent amount of money. Strangely enough, that was my kind of thought, actually. Given the fact that we've beaten St Mirren 1-0, 1-0, and then lost to them 3-1, my thought was probably it's going to be much the same kind of result as it was against Dundee last week, i.e., probably not a fully convincing performance, but we find the goals to win 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, something like that. I do honestly see Celtic winning. 3-0. Yep, I think those are all perfectly. No, certainly at 492 to 1. 492 to 1. I think that's actually worth a small bet. Not that I ever actually bet these days. So. I do think Celtic have it in them to if everything clicked, if everything clicked in one place, i.e. Maeda has a good game, Chavan Cha has a good game, Yang has a good game, McGregor, the other midfielders, that the fullbacks get forward, that the defenders get goals from set pieces. I do think Celtic has got it a 4 or 5 or 6 nothing in them. We have had a couple of 4-0 wins this season. Dundee United, Falkirk, we beat Falkirk 4-1. We have had some good wins this season. So I do think if Celtic actually did get everything, or everyone playing well at the same time, we have actually got goals in us. The problem we've got is the fact that it's been a long time since we put 2 good halves of football together in the same game. We've had so many games where we've had a rubbish first half and a good second half, or vice versa, or we've had a good 20 minutes, a bad 20 minutes, a good 20 minutes, etc. We look at 2-0 down at half-time to Kilmarnock. Second half, we played very, very well to get back to win that 3-2. Same against Rangers, 2-0 down at half-time. Great second half to come back to 2-2. We were much the better side in the second half of the 2-2 draw against Rangers. So if we had that performance like we did in the second half of Kilmarnock, the second half of the Rangers League match, we could easily run up 4, 5, 6 goals. But the snag is we've not done 2 halves of football in the same game for such a long time. I think all those things, I think you're entirely right. I think the Green Brigade coming back should be a good positive thing for Celtic. Hopefully the Green Brigade do what they're best at, which is singing, cheering, getting other fans singing and cheering, etc. Hopefully protests and banners and flags and all these kind of things, which can be quite disruptive to the atmosphere. Hopefully those things are a thing of the past, but hopefully the Green Brigade do what they're best at, which is singing and cheering and chanting and getting other fans doing all the same things. So hopefully it's all the best bits and there's no trouble, there's no controversy, there's no disputes, etc., etc. Because I think they are a positive influence when they're being positive. Anyway, so I think we've got lots and lots of folk thinking that Celtic are going to win on Saturday, and as we were saying a wee bit earlier on, I think it's one game at a time. I think we win the game against St Mirren this Saturday. We'll see how Hearts do against Motherwell. Maybe Motherwell get a draw against Hearts at Tynecastle. That makes things easier. Maybe Rangers and Falkirk draw the next day. That makes things a bit easier for us. Then obviously we've got the Cup semi-final against St Mirren. Hearts and Rangers will have a week off because they got knocked out of the Cup earlier rounds. Then it gives us a wee bit of a chance to catch our breath after the St Mirren match in the Cup. And then we can plan everything for beating Falkirk in the first of our post-split games. We've then got the advantage of being the first of the 3 to play at that point. If we get a win, that does put a bit more pressure on Hearts and Rangers, particularly if the results at Tynecastle and at Falkirk go in our favour in the other 2 games this weekend, and so on. So, been a wonderful 4 hours. We're now basically 4 hours since we started. It's now 1 o'clock in the morning, so I think it's time for us to say good night. Thank you to everybody who has taken such a big part of this live stream. Pat McLaughlin, Sligovoy, Eddie C, Clashman Numpty, Chipper67, lots and lots of you. If I've missed out your name, it's Gavi Boy, sorry. Yes, so Gavi Boy as well. So thank you to everybody who's participated. Thank you to everyone who's made comments. So thank you very much to everybody. We'll be having another live stream, all things going to plan. Thanks, Tranny Guy, as well. Thank you to everybody, and thank you to everybody. If I haven't mentioned anybody like Dexter, etc., again, I'm sorry. I can't remember everybody's name because there's been so many wonderful comments, so many wonderful contributors. So we'll call it a day. Same thing. We'll do the same thing again next Thursday. Hopefully, we're celebrating a win against St Mirren. We're celebrating Motherwell and Falkirk doing us a wee bit of a favour, bringing that gap to Rangers and to Hearts down. And then we can also look ahead to the Cup semi-final at the weekend against St Mirren after that. And we may also have some more details regarding Celtic's new manager, the fitness issues and the players who are still missing. Maybe also some further details regarding this season tickets alliance thing that Willie Hockey's trying to organise. Hopefully a lot of these news stories and Celtic stories start to become clearer and clearer. So, good night to you, Pat McLaughlin. Thank you for all your contributions. And we'll say later to you as well, Sligo Boy. So goodbye. Thank you for everybody for contributing. See you all next Thursday. And hail, hail.